TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking in some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great.
Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time. This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, but I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is
French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man.
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
This is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
That's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like,
That'd be $80.
2 or 3 times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
All right. Welcome everybody to TCH. Welcome everybody. We got our big main event, final table, coming to you live from Dallas, Texas. Eric Van Loosen here. I got Danny Marks joining me in the booth tonight with special guest Bluey, the puppy. Excited to be here with all of y'all, and somebody's going home $200,000 richer tonight.
Some of the spots are weird,
so good luck to everybody, and have fun tonight in the chat. Let's go. Cards are in the air. All right, AJR is going to take down our first hand of the night. I think we're good. Everybody let me know if y'all can hear us in the chat. Got Sassy and Mighty Hammer joining us. A lot of folks already been in the chat waiting for this thing to kick off. After this level, we're going to go to hour levels, folks. So this is the last level that's going to be 40 minutes long.
Oh, I guess that's what it is. Okay. Is that what that?
Montez going to fold a pretty ace-8 of hearts there. David with the ace-10 going to put in a raise. And back to Yum Yum. He's got ace-jack offsuit. So some fun hands to start us off here. AJR fresh off a first win of the night with pocket fives. He's going to look down at a couple of nines here. Danny Marks has joined me in the booth.
How's it going? Great to be here. I'm very excited to see who takes down this massive prize pool. What do we have? About 1,700 entrants and 207,000 for first.
Yeah.
That is a pretty good day's work.
Pretty excited about it.
Thank you all for joining us here. Have a lot of really strong competition at this table. Luckily, I actually made a deep run in this tournament myself, so I got to play with a lot of these guys late yesterday. I got busted in 17th place by, I believe, the 1 seed. I'll have to take a look, but let's see what these guys have to bring here. Yeah, the 2 seed is the one that busted me. Very strong player. Did you get a chance to play this tournament?
I did. I played the final flight on Saturday, made it about 13 spots away from the money, and decided to just start making some really bad decisions. But I mean, it was a blast. Just realizing, how close you can get to the money, and of course, once you get to the money, if you run up a stack, make a deep run just like you did yesterday, and obviously these guys as well. And AJR here going to continue that deep run as he's going to win his second hand in a row. So off to a good start here. The lovely Miss Brittany is dealing for us tonight.
Fantastic dealer. She's been at TCH since the beginning. One of the greatest things about having a tournament here at TCH is the staff is just second to none. It's one of my favorite places to play in the whole country. Dealers are some of the best around, floor staff as well. So a really well-run tournament, and it just goes to show with how many players showed up.
For sure. I liked them so much, I decided to join the team, and you're kind of a poker ambassador for us here in the DFW area, so glad to have you on board with us. It's always a nice benefit to have a good guest that can really bring some good insight to not only poker, but really the tournament style and structure, which is completely different. So excited to have you in here with me tonight and get your analysis on some of these hands.
Absolutely. And I am very familiar with a few of the players as well. Brant in seat 6, I've played with him a bunch, both in cash and tournaments. He has a lot of really good results. He actually won a circuit main, I believe in Chicago, for about $250,000.
Nice.
And then Jose is another player I'm very familiar with in seat 8. He actually is also a fellow Choctaw circuit main event champion. And he actually final tabled the $500 500K last week. So this is his second big field final table.
I can't remember, was Mo on that final table, or was it just another one of our Saturdays recently that Mo was on?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Mo
but,
there
it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. He's been a good final table run or two himself. So Montez is awesome. Everybody in the room loves him. Brant obviously as well, plays here a lot. So and then Yum Yum in seat 1, played with him quite a bit over in Las Colinas. So excited to see the local faces, and of course we got some folks that have come in from out of town as well. So give them a shout out in the chat if you're friends or family members of some of these other players that we may not know as much about.
Yeah, who are you all cheering for in the chat? Where are you all watching from? We're really happy to have you all joining us here tonight. So excited to watch some strong poker. And it's, there's a lot of different styles here at this table. Oh, speaking of which, pretty
big
standard spot here.
Yeah.
With the open from queens and the jam. So we got he's just about 18 bigs with the ace king off. Pretty easy jam here for Brant.
Yeah, big stack at the table, facing off against one of the shorter stacks. Brant's tournament life is on the line here with Big Slick.
Yeah, he's going to expect Dorian to open quite wide, so he's really liking that spot. He just kind of ran into it, but Still a coin
Oh,
flip.
king ball, corner pocket. Does get the full double up there.
Very nice. Brandt's going to be dangerous with chips. He is a very aggressive player, no fear, and he's very used to playing for very big stakes. So something else I've noticed about a lot of these players is they're not going to be afraid of this big $200,000 first place prize. They've been here before. They're going to go for it. And it'll be interesting to see the various styles with how they approach the final table. Something to keep in mind with these giant fields, again, it was almost 1,700 entries. Not only does the variance skyrocket the bigger the field, but the approach to the final table has to change quite a bit as well. There are such big multiples at the top that it becomes more important to finish in the top 3. So if you're making a 1% error, but it's 250 buy-ins for first, that starts to accumulate. So not much room for errors, and we'll see how these guys bring their game.
There you go. Yeah, Dorian did come to the final table as our chip leader with over 15 million. That definitely didn't feel good losing those 4 million plus, but he's still got almost 10 million. And let's see how he responds, after an early loss there.
Yeah, just as important, one of the most important things in poker in general is the mental game. So, coming in, he's super confident, he looks down at queens, he's feeling life, and then he loses the hand. And so is he going to be able to reevaluate his stack, change his approach to his strategy and still play well, or is he just going to lose his mind along with his chip? So those types of things matter quite a bit. Looks like it pulled around to Jose in the small blind, and he also has about 18 bigs. I think this hand benefits a lot from jamming. You want to realize your equity. You're going to get a lot of folds here, and when you do get called, you're still going to be a coin flip most of the time, but you just want to get it in there for 18 bigs.
For sure. Takes that one down. And did find out Mo did final table the opening event in this PokerAtlas series. So everybody who's been involved in this PokerAtlas series, what a great series they put together for us here in Dallas. A lot of really good tournaments. People are excited to be playing in these events, and almost hate to see it go. I know our dealers are ready to get back to the cash games, but pretty exciting times to be a poker player in Dallas, especially if you like playing in tournaments.
Absolutely. We had a lot of out-of-town players show up, and hopefully they had a good experience. Also, this is a really great structure. It does look like the blinds are catching up to them, though. The big stack has about 50 bigs, and it looks like the average is probably around 25 big blinds. Are we able to look at the stacks at all?
Yeah, this was how they opened it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll show you that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, really just a couple of, 110 million and 15 million chip stack to start the game, but everybody else was, a little bit under 7, it looked like.
Yeah, and so, some players really approach these final tables trying to ladder up the pay jumps. Every elimination is a big pay jump, so you're winning real money by folding. And then the other players, again, if you want to go for that big first place prize, because that's where all the equity is, we'll see some players perhaps go for it at the risk of busting. Because there might not be a huge difference between the 20,000 ninth place and the 35,000 7th place, but if you can take that risk and become the chip leader and really lean on the rest of the table with that ICM pressure, now you're talking 150, 200,000, and that can be, life-changing money for some of these people.
Absolutely. 7th place, by the way, there's not an extra 0 on the end there on purpose. That's not a 350,000 for 7th place there. It's 35,000.
Yeah, you actually get a bonus for finishing in 7th. That's
lucky number 7.
Yeah, everyone's going to try to get eliminated in 7th so they can win the real first place prize.
It's a new twist on the game we put on here.
All right, so Dorian's getting right back into it here. Pretty light open here from Duck with the Jack-10 offsuit +1. He's got, about 23 bigs, 24 bigs to start the hand. If anyone puts any pressure against you, you're not going to love your spot. And then it's not going to play very well post-flop either out of position. You're going to be dominated a lot. So pretty optimistic open, but let's see how he navigates. All right, and just over 10 bigs here for Yum Yum. This is a pretty straightforward jam. And you can see, Duck's going to be in a tough spot. It's only 8 big blinds more, so he's going to be getting a really good price. But that being said, he still can't really call. He's just going to be dominated so often. And something to keep in mind when ICM is very high with high risk premiums, chips lost are much more important than chips gained. So you got to be really careful, the pots that you want to enter.
Yum Yum's already had quite a few folks jumping in the chat.
That's stressful. Nice hand from Yum Yum. That's always feels good. Game's about 4.5, 5 big blinds.
Yeah, we've seen that on some of our tournament final table streams where these short stacks are just forced to get it in at times and don't survive, and we get down to 6 or 7 handed really quick. Excited to see a full table here and see what some of these guys can do. It's always fun to watch these short stacks navigate and try to pick their spot to get it in.
Absolutely, and tournament poker strategy has come so far in the last few years. I used to think that there wasn't much to it. You just find a good hand to jam when you're under 20 bigs, but the technical skill for some of these players, how they navigate 10 to 20 big blinds, it's really impressive to see. There's quite a lot of high-level strategy, especially when you factor in ICM with these big pay jumps.
Absolutely. A couple of our bigger stacks here, both waking up with some playable hands. Dorian's going to open it up, and AJR looking at 2 10s.
Does go for the 3-bet here. You probably noticed Dorian is opening a lot of hands. One thing to say is that since they're both big stacks, they are not very incentivized to play a big pot with each other. Their risk premiums against each other are going to be very high, so they need extra equity to continue. But again, what we were talking about before with first place being so much, some of these players might just want to get after it and really take that chip lead so they can really lean on the rest of the table.
Absolutely. Pretty standard fold there for Dorian, kind of assessing the situation, realizing, hey, I don't need to battle against this guy.
Absolutely. And tens itself isn't going to play as well out of position. It's going to be a little harder to win the pot. So, taking the betting lead, lowering the SPR makes the hand a little bit easier to play and does take it down. Nice hand.
Yeah, in that situation, say Dorian had woken up with a bigger hand and wanted to play back at him. What do you do with 2 10s there if the other big stack is hammering you?
Yeah, I think facing a 4-bet, you're probably just going to get out of the way against such a, I think they're in second and third place. Maybe later in the final table or when the blinds get a little bit higher, but they're both deep enough right now, 40 bigs, effective, that tens is not going to do very well against the get it in range at 40 big blinds deep.
Gotcha. AJR, another hand here, waking up with a nice suited king, queen of diamonds.
Yeah, it looks like he is the chip leader now, and he's going to be able to play pretty wide. This is going to be an interesting spot here. It's interesting that he does decide to limp the button. That is a common strategy when you expect to get raised a lot. You can keep your opponent's range wider and play in position with a strong hand like king, queen suited that flops really well, plays really well in position, where it's easier to just call a raise instead of get jammed on and perhaps have to fold. That being said, I am actually not super familiar with proper limping strategy. I know that it's becoming more popular, especially at these final tables. So I'm very curious to see how AJR navigates this spot.
One of our viewers from X is asking what the buy-in was. This was a $900 buy-in, unless you got in via the satellite version. But yeah, this was a $900 buy-in. And we had, what, 1,700 entries, so really exciting. And what a flop here for the King-Queen.
Yeah, and you can see that if AJR did decide to just open at standard 2x, Duck probably would have been able to jam for 20 bigs, and he would be in a much tougher spot. Now it's just a standard open. Duck's going to be in a difficult spot here out of position, where most flops are going to contain overcards. And multi-way, I think you just have to check this.
3.5 million in the pot.
Man, what a great feeling. Having a big stack of a final table, playing a three-way raised pot, having top two pair. Oh, what a dream.
Just under a half pot bet here.
Yeah, and Duck's not going to love it. For his stack size, normally if they're like very deep or it's a cash game, you can continue here. But starting the hand 20 bigs effective, you're just not going to love it. There's not going to be enough good turns, and you're going to get enough pressure put on you on the turn where you're not going to be able to realize your equity and see all 5 cards. So in reality, he's mostly going to only be able to see one more card here if he calls before being put all in. So I prefer a fold here. You don't love it, but I think he's going to have to conserve his stack here.
Excited to have over 500 people across all the streams joining us tonight, Danny. This is exciting stuff. Big tournament series that are going on all across Texas, and this one was definitely a doozy. What a finale.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I expect that number to go up. A lot of the players in this tournament, I'm sure, are eager to see who takes this down.
I gotta show it, I gotta make sure people know I'm not being
Keep putting up the prize pool here. There's the starting stack, for these players. You can see a couple of shorties and then a couple of larger stacks. But this is what they're playing for, folks. No chump change there. 20,000 for 9th place, but we want to 10x that. We want that 207 up top.
Absolutely.
And that's what they're all going to be fighting for.
And you can also watch this from Facebook. It looks like we have another 50 viewers over there. I'm sure on Twitter as well.
I'd still call it Twitter.
It'll
X,
always be
whatever.
Twitter
It's
to
always
me.
going to be Twitter to me. Yep.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind looking at some of these chip stacks, it looks like all of the short stacks are very condensed. They all have very similar stacks, and with the pay jumps looming, they're going to be incentivized to want to wait each other out. So let's see if anyone tries to kind of make a move, or if they're going for the ladders, because if you play a big pot here, you're risking quite a bit where, the pay jumps can be 20, 30K shortly.
And here we've got a small blind limp, with a king-9. And now Dorian looking over at his opponent's stack, sizing him up. He's going to go ahead and put in a raise.
Yeah, the blind versus blind play becomes one of the most important formations late in tournaments because with ICM, players are incentivized to play tight. It's going to often fold around to either the button versus the blinds or blind versus blind. And the strategy can get very complex. A lot of people simplify at the stack size to limp their entire continuing range. And then they'll mix in limp raises, limp calls, and limp folds. Does decide to go for the limp call.
Yeah, limp call here. How do you feel about that, Danny?
I think
king
King
high.
9 is too strong here to fold. Again, he's going to expect Dorian to put a lot of pressure on, especially with these stack sizes. So I think that you could either, yeah, I think you do want to continue one way or another. Because you're going to be limping much weaker hands, 9-7, 10-8 type hands that you can limp fold. But King 9 is going to be a little too strong here.
Dorian does decide to check back, and we're going to go to a turn here, which is a 2 of clubs.
Yeah, I think Dorian would have continued had he missed or flopped stronger. But now that he hit a very strong hand, he doesn't really need to turn his hand into a bluff anymore. And if I were him, I'd be trying to get to showdown here with a hand that you expect to be good. The other thing is you can allow your opponent to start turning their hand into a bluff. That's one of the benefits of keeping your opponent's range very wide. So now he's got a really good bluff catcher with the Queen 7. Where he can squeak out some extra value. But if he went ahead and c-bet himself, his opponent's just going to go ahead and fold everything worse, continue with everything better, or potentially get him off with the bluff.
Yeah, Duck is not going to fall for it and bluff his whole stack off here on the river.
Yeah, and I think at this point on the river, after it goes check on all streets, Dorian can try to squeak out a little bit of value here. He can get called by lower pairs. Honestly, any pair on the board might call him, and potentially even king high. So if he doesn't believe him, he might look him up. The problem is I would expect Dorian to have started his bluffs a little bit earlier, perhaps. And so, like, if he's got he might even have like a king jack, king 10 type hand. I don't think we're gonna love our call here with the king 9, but it's definitely not as straightforward as it looks.
Yeah, he does have all the free hands coming up with the button getting to him next, so I think he's just going to choose to let it go, and he does. Dorian's going to take down a $1.1 million pot there.
Yeah, and once you get to a shorter stack like he has now, you can obviously start going all in from the small blind. That's another option in addition to limping your entire continuing range. So, but yeah, King 9's kind of that in-between spot where, it's a little bit hard to play out of position, the offsuit variety. So he didn't have to do a limp call there. Maybe he could have raised folded, but tough spot either way, and well played from the big blind. See how Dylan approaches this spot in the cutoff. Yeah, some players at the final table, when they are, not the shortest, but on the shorter side, will even choose to fold hands like this if they expect to get played back at a lot and they're just trying to wait out some of their opponents. But I do think this is too strong to fold as a first in from the cutoff. And, he does have 22 bigs to start the hand, 23 bigs actually. So he does have some maneuverability post-flop.
He is going to take that one down. Most of the raises have been pretty kind of standard here, just a min raise plus a tickle, it seems.
Yep, that's pretty standard for late in the tournaments here. You don't want to be bloating the pots as much, and because of ICM, you can start putting pressure with any money put in the pot immediately multiplies the pressure.
As the tournament series has come to an end, you can hear all the chatter in the background. Cash games are back in business, alive and well. Of course, our normal tournament structure going on here at TCH Dallas. If you're interested in that, registration, I think, until 8:30 tonight for the Black Chip Bounty Tournament. But we're all excited here to be watching these guys battle for a cool $207,000 up top and a pretty cool trophy, too. to go with it.
Absolutely. We all want more trophies in our life.
Amen.
Yeah, I was really curious to see how AJR, being kind of a runaway chip leader at this point, he can start opening much wider. He's probably the only player at the table that would open the King 5 suited from the low jack. Does run into it. We've seen 10s quite a bit. And you can see that he actually sizes up because Mo, who is in the big blind, is the short stack. And so you want to disincentivize him from having a good price to continue. But now he's in a really tough spot, and he is just going to have to fold, I think.
That 3 something.
You're just not going to actually get jammed on very often. So Mo's range is going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, don't want to give the big blind a chance to just call for just a min click there.
Yeah.
I do see the reason he put in the little bit larger sizing, put some pressure on Mo. Unfortunately, Mo did wake up with a easy jam hand there. And it's got to feel good. All these short stacks have had some opportunities to, if not double up, to add to their stacks. So, it's going to hurt a little more if they hit some of these bigger stacks. That try to put pressure on them.
Yeah, this early play, being able to establish a chip lead is going to matter quite a bit. So everybody being pretty close in stacks except for a few, they're navigating very carefully. Let's see who makes the first big move here. Yeah, AJR is the one who busted me. He opened the button and I rejammed ace jack from the big blind for about 25 bigs, and he woke up with kings. Always hurts to bust when you get so close to that big money, but it's easy to forget how lucky you are to get to that point, and how much fun it was, and how grateful I am to be in that position. So I'm no hard feelings, and I'll be cheering for him along with all these other players here at the final table.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know a ton about him, but I did talk to some other people that said he's a really solid player, plays here locally a lot. So excited to see some faces on the table that people recognize.
Yeah, it's funny. So he had just moved to my table, so I hadn't played with him at that point. But just the way that he carried himself, I knew that he was a strong player, and so that was my read right away on him. Turns out to be true. Really nice spot here for Jose Montez. Pretty clear rejam in my opinion for about 19 bigs against the cutoff. He could change it if it's like an under the gun open. You could consider adding in some flats, but I think the offsuit variety either way is just going to want to get it in for the stack size.
Absolutely. Quick and easy. Montez was looking down at, I swear, an ace every hand. Finally wakes up with something other than a 6, and has somebody putting a little pressure on him, and puts the pressure right back on him. Nice hand there for Montez.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's playing very solid, strong so far. Kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, a lot of those stack sizes have started to kind of come together there in the middle. Just a few that are under 4 million. Yum Yum and Duck gonna need to make a move here. But still have a little playability though with the blinds where they're at right now. And the blind levels are going up again after this level to an hour long. So
yeah, so they're really going to be able to pick their spots, wait for good situations to arise. See what size AJR chooses as a chip lead here. See if sometimes they add a little bit extra to it at the final table, again, to disincentivize your opponent from continuing. And it looks like he does do that. Goes a little over 2.5x. Just winning the blinds pre-flop. Oh.
Hello.
Oh, this is going in. Let's see what size, though, he chooses. At this point, he is a little deeper, almost 24 bigs. So, he could choose a non-all-in raise. A pretty common size here might be 4.5 to 5.5 big blinds at the final table. But against the bigger open, it is possible he's just going to go ahead and choose the jam here. either way, the money, I do expect the money to get in here all in pre-flop. Yeah, a hand like queens is so strong that you want your opponent to continue, so you might choose a little bit smaller size. Queen specifically probably is a better jam, but if you have like aces, you could go a lot smaller to try to keep your opponent in, give them a chance to bluff.
The same thing as last time.
He's asking for the same thing as last time.
Ooh.
Ooh, what a sweaty flop here.
Still a coin flip.
Always a sweat. Oh, boom, right
dead
in the
on
window.
the turn. When it's your day, it's your day.
Yeah, cards have been hitting AJR in the face. Catches up with the nuts on the turn, and that is it for Montez. And shout out to Montez. Everybody that plays with Montez enjoys him. The whole room, the staff, just a great guy, and plays poker for his family. And gotta love that, man. What a good guy. Congrats, Montez, on another final table finish.
Yeah, great player. Always has a great attitude at the table. He is also a Frenchie dad like me, and
Nice.
so we've got that in common. And also, he actually, we were both at the final two tables of this, but we also made the final two tables together at the WPT earlier in the year in Choctaw. So it's always fun running deep with him. Great play. Congratulations. I know it's not what he wanted, but he'll wake up tomorrow feeling good about it.
Yeah, and look at that. AJR waking up with another nice hand and a cool 21 million in his stack to start this hand. So really, really good start of the final table for that 2-seat there.
Yeah, and with the short stacks also condensed, and now that he is a clear chip leader, he's really going to be able to open it up and apply quite a bit of pressure to some of these medium stacks who are not going to be incentivized to gamble until some of the smaller stacks bust out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and like this is a good example. So, David is one of the bigger stacks as well, but he just doesn't want to play a big pot here, especially out of position against the chip leader. And the fact that he did size up a little bit, I don't think he wants to call here. I think that's a very disciplined fold that a lot of players are not able to make. You're just going to have to flop a set here, otherwise you're going to lose the pot, and you're just leaking money.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Not deep enough to call
his
here.
Spidey senses were on. Yum Yum was holding one of his sixes. It's just so gross though when you do make that call and you're in early position like that or under the gun, and obviously all the overcards hit. Now what do?
Exactly. Yeah.
Are you good? Did he miss with his ace king? It's just you're in such a nasty spot. And like you said, he's got 9 million. No reason to bleed off chips right there to the big stack.
Yeah, this is earlier in the tournament. They're 100 bigs deep. You can try to set mine, win a big pot. There's more value in winning a big pot, but at this point, he needs to tread very carefully out of position against the chip leader. Close spot here for Duck. I think if he was a little bit deeper, this would be a clear fold, but I think he's short enough where he can probably just go ahead and jam this hand. One of the issues here with an open is, if you have to continue to a flop, it's going to be very difficult to navigate. But I guess he could be deep enough where he can start opening. But if he's going to do that, I just prefer folding the fives. If we're going to VPIP with the fives, I want to realize all my equity and see all 5 cards.
Yeah, interesting here spot for David. He's got 9 million, and of course he's got that big stack. It's always going to be just 2 spots to his left. See how he navigates that. Does decide to call here.
Yeah, the suited King Jack plays very well in position here. I do like to call. One of the issues here with raising a hand like King Jack is a lot of the worst hands are just going to fold. The hands that you dominate, the better hands are going to all continue against you. So this allows you to keep your opponent's range a little bit wider in position with a hand that flopped very well. And again, AJR can continue very wide here with probably any suited variety out of the big blind. Yeah, and you can already see, this might be the perfect spot as both opponents really didn't connect at all. But very difficult spot already off the bat. He's sandwiched in between the two chip leaders.
Right.
Do you see bet? Do you not see bet? He doesn't have a club in his hand. If you get called, you're going to have to probably shut it down. If you hit a miracle 5, one of the 2 5s left is a club. So you just don't have very many good runouts, but does take it down and ends up winning the maximum from that. So very nice hand duck. Almost doubles up from that hand.
Yeah.
So
Little different way to play it, and it actually worked out in his favor. So good for him. That's going to leave, I think, Yum Yum as our short stack at the table, right around 3.2 million.
Yeah, always nice to get away from that short stack. And something else to keep in mind, these final table spots are very complex, very difficult. A lot of what I'm going to say with my strategy is, a combination of opinion and just me thinking on the fly. So by no means am I saying I'm right or he's wrong when I, say I would either fold or jam the 5s. Perhaps the raise off of 13 bigs is actually the correct play. So, very fun to see all the different styles. One might not be better than the other. So
here we are for Yum Yum. Pocket 6s. He's going to go with it on the button.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more clear on the button. The earlier position, the tighter you have to be. Really, really easy jam there. Nice hand from Yum Yum.
Getting a shout out already, Danny. Great analysis in the commentary booth. So thank you, and of course we thank Danny for joining us. Danny Marks finished 17th in this event. Was it 17th?
Yep.
Okay. Didn't want to short you if it was 15. But another good deep run for Danny Marks, and we love having him here, especially for these bigger tournaments where really it's like a gift having you in here. And
I was so excited for this. This is definitely the biggest commentary table I've ever done. A lot of really strong players. I'm really excited to get a look into their minds again, because this is just my opinion. A lot of these guys are much better players than I am. So seeing how they navigate is a treat for sure.
Oh, humble one.
So DFS Brat says he would have jammed the 5-5. I'm actually curious in the chat, how do you guys prefer to play that hand? Are you going to just fold it, go with the min raise, or are you just going to go all in there?
Yeah, what was that? Under the gun he was in that hand?
I think he was either under the gun or +1, and he started the hand with maybe 13 bigs, 13 or 14 big blinds.
Yeah, again, I mean, the analysis here, there's always going to be some opinion involved in it. We like having Danny in because Danny is somebody that doesn't just play cards, but you've put so much work into your game and studied. And, for anybody who's wanting to improve your game, it's one thing just to listen to people that are studying, but you actually got to put in the work yourself. And Danny is somebody who's done that. So definitely going to soak it all in tonight. And you guys are in for a treat as we're already 43 minutes in, and we still have all 9 players.
Yeah.
We're missing.
We're missing Jose.
We're missing
Jose.
Yeah, unfortunately, we wanted him in.
Yeah.
We tried to will him back to the
Cheering
table.
for the local guys. Brant's another local guy. Played a lot of high stakes cash with him. Most of my early career, I was just a cash game player. The last few years, I've kind of, like you said, delved into tournaments a little bit, tried to learn a little bit more, and it's such a beautiful game, and the feeling of a deep run is like nothing else you get from cash. So
100%.
I totally see the appeal for it. So when you get to like a big spot like this, or a big final table, or even a big day 2 or day 3, when do you get those nerves early on where you maybe play a little tighter that first orbit to get a feel for the table, get feel for the energy and how other players are playing, or do you like to just kind of go for it right away and just feel it out?
I wish I had as many deep runs final table as a lot of these guys do, but
or even just a day 2 or
day 2. Really in cash games, I like to sit down and just get a feel for the table. Obviously, you know me, I'm a talker. I like to talk to folks at the table, but I really like to get a feel, of who's the alpha at the table, who's trying to, push people around, who's just kind of being aloof and silly and not really paying attention. So, but we know this is a final table where everybody's going to be serious. So
yeah,
And here we go. We got Mo with aces here, one of our shorter stacks.
Yeah, under the gun. Not the ideal spot for it, but I'll take it in any position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Dylan let go of the fake aces, the fours, sailboats.
Yeah, once you start getting later in the tournaments and the effective stacks get much shorter, hands like fours in that type of formation go way down in value. You know, like I was mentioning with the fives, it's kind of one of those spots where you just want to realize and see all 5 cards or just get out of the way. And I think in that spot against an under the gun open, fours is a clear fold there. Nice to see good discipline.
For sure. Well played, Doug. We see your comment. Well played.
But yeah, like you were mentioning, even with cash games, I'm the same way, where I like to, you know, feel out the table a little bit. Sometimes you don't have the opportunity because you get dealt a big hand right away, but I might play a pip or 2 tighter for that first orbit or 2 to kind of feel my way in. Yeah, Bart likes the jam as well, or fold. Robert likes the fold. Yeah, pretty mixed opinions, which is kind of what I expected to see from the chat. Because again, it's not very clear. It's one of those very close spots where the pay jumps and all the ICM calculations really matter, and you know, we're just trying to figure it out on the fly. And so again, we're back to this blind versus blind confrontation. You know, Brant having Mo covered here can actually lead out quite wide. A lot of people will choose to lead out with almost all their junk for 1 to 1.5 big blinds here in a limp check pot.
Yeah. Back to that hand that we've been discussing a little bit with Duck, just kind of opening. And that's another thing. When you're such a short stack, the players are going to be going, what is he just opening with? You know, why is the short guy not jamming? You know, is he trying to bait us into, you know, rejamming because he's so strong? So different way to play it, and it worked out for him, obviously, with the other players with in there. But, you know, I like the strategy.
Yeah, and he was in early position. So, yeah, you got to, you know, definitely could have a lot of strong hands there. That's one of those spots where, like, if I'm maybe 17, 18, 19 bigs, I think that becomes a clear fold in early position with the fives. And then once you get down to his stack, it becomes a little bit closer, where you just want to, you know, you're not going to have as much opportunity and you're just going to be forced to gamble eventually. You don't have as much ICM pressure on you because you're already the short stack. You're already expected to bust first. So you're going to be forced to gamble first.
Another spot here for Dorian. He's got a couple of sixes, got the big stack raising him.
Yeah, and he knows that AJR is going to be a lot wider, but again, there's nothing he can really do. With his stack, he's just handicapped, or handcuffed, I should say. And I do like the fold there with sixes. I think that's a big mistake a lot of new players will make when they are, you know, medium to bigger stack against the chip leader. They'll put too much money in with those small medium pairs when they don't really have much value, because they're used to playing deep stack cash, where, you know, that's a great call because you're going to flop a set and crack big hands, win big pots. But a lot more can go wrong than can go right. And something to keep in mind again is chips won are not as valuable as chips lost. So you really want to protect his pole position here in a clear second place.
Yeah, that's something I'll love to dive in with you more as we go on, the chips won versus chips lost here. So we'll get into that side of the game.
Well, another way to think about it from an extreme example, if you have literally 1 chip left, so what's this, like if you have 25,000 left and everyone else goes all in and the big stack wins, you literally had 1 chip, but it was worth $100,000 pay jump. And so, you know, that last, as you get shorter and shorter, those last chips become worth a lot more. And that's kind of the basis for ICM, is that, you know, chips your last chips are worth more than gaining more chips. Because staying alive is very important.
Nice 3-bet here from Brant with the king queen. Maybe felt Dorian was open and a little light, added some pressure.
Yeah, Dorian has been probably the next most active player at the table behind AJR. And again, Brant is not afraid. He has a similar stack, so he probably wants to kind of show him that he wants to jump into second place here. He's got position on him and kind of take control. The offsuit king queen isn't going to play quite as well as the suited variety, so it's good to go ahead and try to take it down. It makes a really good bluff. You block their strongest hands. So a lot of good things can happen here from 3-betting in position.
For sure, and he can easily fold that too if Dorian decided to get crazy and jam over the top of it.
Absolutely.
So good sizing there as well.
Yeah. And so, that's going to jump him into second place, which is going to give him a lot of breathing room. I think if he was against the under-the-gun chip leader that hand, he would not have 3-bet there. He might have even just folded, honestly, or potentially flat. But I think that's a really good spot where he can pressure another big stack in position.
Agreed. Yum Yum with just $3 million in his stack. Got a suited ace.
Glad you guys are enjoying the commentary. We're trying our best here. A lot of fun, but commentary is even more difficult than playing. So let us know if you have any feedback or any concepts you guys want us to talk about, or any questions you have in general about either TCH, Dallas, Texas poker, or poker.
Another superstar, Jim Coyle, jumping in to give Danny a shout out. So thank you. There's a reason why we've had him in here for a couple of these big tournaments. Because all of us that play in these tournaments are all trying to get better, and we want to make these deep runs. And Danny in here giving us a little insight on how you can do just that. So cool stuff. And we just missed we didn't miss it, but we just didn't commentate as much on it. But Yum Yum with a nice hand there, going all in with that A7, taking that down.
Nice, yeah. Sorry about that, Yum Yum. Don't want to miss your hands here. But yeah, Jim and his wife Dory, two locals here that we'll get back to that in a second here. A lot of tens today.
A lot of tens, yep.
Yeah, and so I think the blinds are up again. Mo's got about 16 bigs. I think this is a pretty clear jam against low jack open, but he does decide to flat here, which is pretty surprising to me, especially with players to act behind, including the chip leader. This is a spot where I would want to realize my equity, and you're going to get called by worse sometimes as well, but does decide to call in position. And let's see if AJR goes for the squeeze. Maybe he thinks that AJR is going to squeeze a lot and he's going to get in a good spot. But let's see what happens. Multi-way pots at big final tables are very rare. Again, for that reason that you are incentivized to play tight, fold, clashes between other stacks, gain you real money in EV. So.
Is a safe flop, just one over to the tens here.
Yeah, very interesting. Everybody actually has a piece of that. Normally this would be a decent spot for a c-bet from Brant, but multi-way when you're sandwiched in between and the chip leader is last to act, it becomes a little bit more dicey. You can check and try to see a cheap turn, as a lot of good things can happen. And if they bet small enough, you can even check call. But I think against this this sizing, he's just going to have to check fold. And really nice hand from Mo there. Wins a little bit extra by just flatting.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes those, non-orthodox ways of playing can pay off for you. We've seen a couple already, that we can all question. Oh, I would have jammed or done this a little bit differently. But, there are other ways to win some of these hands. A nice job there by Mo taking that down. I think JB3 mentioned earlier in the chat that we need to turn the mic on because he can't hear the players, and it's a very tense table. You know,
Yeah.
they're playing for a lot of money tonight. You can tell these players are really focused and locked in.
Yeah, there's not going to be too much chatting. I personally, even when playing bigger, I love, maybe it just helps me relax. You know, I love, you know, some friendly banter at the table, but I would expect most of these players to be really focused and zoned in. You know, we're also, the audio is not our, you know, biggest factor here.
For sure.
So definitely going to need to talk. Unfortunately, you're going to have to hear our voices a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll put those payouts back up there, Andrew, in just a moment after this hand. And Steve, PokerAtlas did another great job. I'm sure they will be returning, but they are a national brand that tours all over the place. So we were excited to bring them back.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, the only software that was out there was Bravo, and
yeah.
I absolutely hated it. You still had to, you know, show up to put your name on the list. There was nothing nice about the app. Everything was slow and old. And then I was so impressed when I first used PokerAtlas to be able to put my name on the list, and I think it is by far better. And I hope all the major poker rooms switch over. I've already noticed some of them doing that. I believe one of my other favorite rooms is the Wynn or Encore in Las Vegas, and they recently made the switch.
They made the switch, good.
And it's just so much better. I know Resorts World uses it.
The Wynn is a beautiful, beautiful casino. I love going there, playing there. Nice hand there for Dylan. Going to take down a small pot there, but taking home 600K in chips, and we're going to put that prize pool up there for you. We've got 8 remaining, so the next person to go is going to get just short of $30,000 at 27,860 with that 145 and that big 207 up top, what everybody's playing for there at the 1 and 2. Do have some more tournament announcements to make as this goes on. Obviously, PokerAtlas is going to be finished here this week. We've got another big series that TCH is going to be putting on, kind of our own brand tournament series. It's going to start in Austin in just a couple of months, so some more info about that tournament series as we go on throughout the night. But yeah, shout out to the PokerAtlas crew who does an excellent job of running these tournaments. I mean, they were running like 5 tournaments a day while they were here.
Yep.
Really cool stuff. So I know they were in the chat earlier, so great job, guys and gals.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the chat earlier, Jim, yeah, I was mentioning Jim and Dory are 2 local favorites here. Such a pleasure to play with, and kind of crushers in their own right. They've both been having really good results lately. I actually made a deep run in the PokerAtlas High Roller with Jim, and Dory was in that one as well. And so, you know, always fun to play with them, and I've noticed they have both improved immensely since they started playing more tournaments. So it's always fun to see, you know, players who, you know, worked for a living and now are focusing more on poker really improve their game. You know, if you love the game, it's never too late to learn. Poker takes a minute to learn, a lifetime to master, and it's such a beautiful game. How long have you been playing poker for?
I've been playing poker off and on, really. I mean, now it's been a much more on thing. But I started playing right around the Moneymaker boom when it was all on ESPN all the time. A couple of college roommates kept trying to talk me into it, and they were always watching it on TV. And I was like, guys, this is just boring, you know. And then I won that first, you know, $60 profit in a 25-cent, 50-cent game, you know, at a buddy's house, and that was all she wrote. So probably been playing, you know, 15, 16 years.
Yeah, that's pretty common for you know, our age group is that Moneymaker boom. That was my story as well. Played with high school friends and just kind of fell in love with it right away. I've always loved strategy games and found one that you can actually make money at. So
absolutely. Yeah,
another interesting spot here. So again, you know, the players do expect the AJR to have the widest range, but you still have to tread carefully. Even so. So we see a flat here from Duck. A little surprised off of his stack size to just flat against the hijack. I think if you think that AJR is going to be wide enough, you should just go ahead and raise and get it all in. Especially with the ace-6 even though it's suited, it's just not going to flop very well. This is one of the best spots you could hope for, and he might end up making the maximum from it. But yeah, you just want to realize your equity or get out of the way with kind of a weak holding.
Yeah, I don't know that AJR is really going to put more money in this pot with him calling so short.
Yeah, and at this point, yeah, he's trying to get a feel like, can I get him off?
Yeah,
but,
what draw could he possibly have called?
I guess you're ahead of like Jack Queen, but
Yeah.
like, is he even calling that? And so, yeah, I think he's just going to go ahead and give up here. And at this point, I wouldn't mind duck checking back again and try to, get him to put in another bluff here on the river. He's just not going to be able to continue with anything you beat. Does decide to just put it in and, wins a really good pot, almost doubles up again. So Duck's been able to navigate really well with the small ball approach, spots where other people might either just jam or fold, but he has been earning himself extra chips with his strategy. So, there's more than one way to play this game.
Hard to question his results, right?
Absolutely, and just with that hand alone, he's kind of jumped up a little bit. All right, and I'm going to let the
Miss Bluey out.
Yeah, we got our poker mascot here, our French bulldog puppy, but I'm going to give her a quick walk and
I'll hold it down.
Back to you.
No pressure on me, Danny. I'll hold it down while you're gone. Dylan was just under 6 million. Going to look down at a king 10. Deciding that he's going to start opening some hands. See if he can't take down some of these blinds. And does just that. And those are going to add up. 750,000 he takes down there. He's going to chip up to almost 6.5 million. Carl in the chat asking when the final table for the Austin tournament is going to start. That is a good question. Not sure exactly when that is. Brittany doing a great job of getting these hands out. We are on hand number 31 already. Just one player has been eliminated, playing for 207,000 up top. You can feel the tension on this table as these players, like I said, are just super locked in, trying to find a spot to get it in, especially against some of these bigger stacks. JR just gonna limp in on this one. Brand's going to wake up with a nice hand on the button here. He's also just going to limp in. Yeah, the blind levels now are going to be going up every hour instead of every 40 minutes. Man, we're going 4 ways to a flop. 3-7 deuce, full rainbow flop. Probably going to be a hand the first to stab at it takes down. AJR says, I will do the honors. That's out 600,000. Brant is in position and has some backdoor equity here. 2 overcards and clubs. He's actually going to take this opportunity and raise it up. He thinks AJR might be up to something. Very nice for Brant there as he's going to take down a nice pot. 3.8 million going his way. kind of letting AJR know that you may have all the chips at the table, but I'm here to battle as well. So very nice hand there for Brandt. Had 2 players behind him still to act, but he was the aggressor there on the button. Takes down a nice pot. AJR continues to get playable hands here. He's going to go with the limp strategy again. Dylan's going to elect to fold the king 10. David looking down at the dirty diaper. Does what you normally do with a dirty diaper. You throw it in the trash. And Yum Yum now in the big blind. Big stack to his left. And he's looking down at an ace.
What are you up to?
He says, what are you up to? Yeah, under the gun limp sometimes can be scary.
Okay.
He's going to check. Does flop an ace. And he's going to check it over to AJR, see if AJR puts some money in there. And it's going to be hard for AJR to put him on an ace. He does check it back. Another check. AJR might get to see a Broadway draw now for free. He's going to put some money in, it looks like. Jeff Seven's buy-in was $900 for this tournament. Yum Yum. All you can eat. He's all in.
Oh, I don't believe in Travis, but I can't even beat a 3 or a 5, though. That's the problem.
That's a good thing. I can beat them.
Says, I don't believe you, but I can't even beat a 3 or a 5 here. Wow, makes the call. It's just a gut shot. Needs a 10 and a 10 only, or Yum Yum's going to get a full double up here. Wow. Was not thinking he was calling there. Nice hand there for Yum Yum. $4 million in chips going his way. $7.6 million pot.
The best one. I didn't know what to do with them.
Got to feel good there. Wow. Not expecting that call from AJR, dusting off those chips.
Yeah, I wanted a call, but not a snap call.
And again, this is what they're playing for, guys. Next one out is going to get 27,860. 2,000 or 200,000 up top. 207, 120 for first place, and a hell of a trophy put together by the PokerAtlas team here. So, a lot to play for still. And that was a big, big double up there for Yum Yum as he now gets off of that schneid. Yeah, that was a full-on punt. Did not see that coming. Maybe he just felt it. Not sure what kind of draws or other hand besides an ace there that Yum Yum is getting it all in with. Dylan's going to open this one up here with the ace-8 off. David in position. Has Big Slick.
Nope, not my party.
Easy fold there. Dylan's going to let it go. And a nice pot there for David on the button. All right, mentioned there was a cool tournament series coming up that TCH is going to be putting on. Y'all get this on your calendars, October 16th through the 28th. TCH is going to do a brand new tournament series of our own. So the TCH brand, we've got all these rooms in Texas, and we're going to take advantage of that and put together the Trailblazer series. It's going to start in Austin, October 16th. Going to go on through the 28th. $2 million in guarantees for that one. So put that one on your calendars. If you've enjoyed some of these other series that have been going on, like this PokerAtlas Tour, TCH is going to be putting on their own, the Trailblazer series, starting in October. And our mascot, Bluey, is back. And Mr. Danny.
All right, what did we miss? Who's eliminated?
Well, nobody's been eliminated, but we have had some pretty crazy hands in your absence.
Pretty rude of them to not wait for me to come back, but we'll forgive them.
Big double up for Yum Yum as he now sits at 7.5 million.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you with all the low stacks being very similar, a single double up suddenly makes his stack worth so much more in real money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and again, another concept I wanted to touch on, we were talking a bit before about the larger the field, the increased variance, and how much more important it is to finish towards the top. But something else that trumps all of that is the ICM model that a lot of the top players work with now to study these final tables. It is not necessarily correct. It is the best model that we have, but it becomes so complex that we're still trying to figure out, especially once you start adding multi-way situations. Equilibriums are inherently unstable when you add a third player. And so, I'm sure eventually through machine learning, AI will find better models. But that's why, we're all just trying to figure it out. And there's many different approaches that can work. And so sometimes, if you're the one player that throws that caution to the wind and really goes for it, you might gain a huge edge if everybody else is playing through ICM and risk premium.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we'll look forward to seeing, all the new technology coming out, how that's going to help poker. We saw it obviously with the solvers on the rails, this year in the main event and those things in Vegas. But
this is actually a really interesting spot, though. Sorry to cut you off,
no,
but
very
the fact that both of these guys are very deep on a very dry board where AJR is going to expect his 10s to still be good very often here, and David's got to love his hand as well. I'm assuming this was a raise call pre-flop, or did AJR 3-bet?
It was a raise call. AJR chose
Okay.
not to 3-bet the 10s.
Yeah. And again, even his risk premium is going to go up against another big stack. So he's going to, be 3-betting all of the smaller stacks with those 10s, but he's going to play a little bit more cautious, pot control-y in position here against a stack the size of David's, because getting stacked by him is going to be a lot more painful. Yeah, and I'm also curious to see how David approaches it, because you've got to love this spot. I wouldn't expect my opponent to be flatting with any 5s in their hand. Maybe 5-6 suited, but with small stacks behind that can jam, probably not. And then I expect him to be 3-betting his queens plus.
Absolutely.
So he's got to feel pretty nutted right now, and probably puts AGR somewhere close to where he's at.
Yeah, and AJR's thinking, there's just one over out there. 10s is still a really strong hand. He's going to continue.
Yeah, and just this in the same reason, David's not going to have very many jacks in his hand. So, but at the same time, any triple barrel, you got to start wondering what's he triple barreling into the chip leader with. So I don't know if his hand is worth 3 streets. Another concept with ICM is you need a lot more equity because of the risk premium to put in those thin value bets on the river. Although that being said, I do think ace jack here is strong enough to put in another barrel, especially on such a dry board where AJR didn't likely have any draws or anything like that. So he's probably got a made hand that has showdown value. And not many of those hands in that category can beat ace jack. But you'd hate to bet and get raised, so buy a few of those traps. So curious to see his sizing here.
Looks like
I'd probably go very small.
Is that 2?
Yeah, I really like
2
that
million.
size. Really pricing him in. AJR's got to be sick to his stomach at this point. It's really hard to range your opponent. He'd have to have pretty airball bluff. One of the hands he was beating was 9s, which he is no longer beating. And so I wouldn't be surprised, even with a great price, if he does get out of the way here. But very, very tough spot. These are the spots that win you final tables right here.
Yeah, it's hard hard to lay that down.
Yeah, you just don't have to be very good very often, when he bets 25% pot into you.
And momentum is definitely not there at the moment for AJR. If you recall, before he went to walk Bluey, he had 21 million in chips.
Yeah.
He's now down to 8.9 million. Doesn't have to panic though. Still got plenty of chips,
Yeah.
and true test of the kind of player he probably is. We probably won't see him, just go crazy here with that stack. He navigated that hand pretty well actually.
Yeah,
and lost.
very tough spot. Maybe if he's at the top of his game and not tilted, he folds there in the river. But honestly, you really can't blame him. So let's see if he can keep his composure and continue playing well, as he has all tournament.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But yeah, with that hand, David takes the chip lead, which has got to feel great. Now he's got control of the table, but one hand can change everything.
Absolutely.
There's no real runaway chip lead or short stacks at this point, so every all-in confrontation affects all the players at the table's EV.
Yeah, we were sad that we didn't get to do that final table for the 500K guarantee.
Yeah.
We had those technical issues. I was really excited about having you in the booth for that one, but we did see that the 2 guys that started that table with the chip lead finished 3rd and 4th. So
yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, we've seen the chips go all across the table so far in this one, and they're going to continue to battle this out.
Yeah, my biggest final table win at Choctaw, I started the day, I believe, 11 out of 13. And I was like 8 out of 9 at the final table, 7 out of 8, and then once it was four-handed, I just won the rest of the pots. And so there's so much value in just having that chip, having that chair still staying alive with the blind so high. 2 all-ins, 2 double-ups, can put you from last to first. So
Gotcha. Brian B-Man joining us from Twitch. Yeah, it's Twitch, I believe. He's got seat 4, going with a short stack, going for the underdog. I like it. Who do you guys have? You've seen the momentum switch a little bit. AJR had over 21 million, kind of taking a little bit of a hit here. Who do you guys have? I definitely don't have money on anybody, but
I think my pick to win is Brant, but I'm a little biased just because I've played so much with him and I know how dangerous of a player he is. Some of these other players I've played with a little bit, and I can tell that they're very good, but you know, just that home court advantage for Brant here.
Right. Well, and Brant's been one of the players at the table who's taken down pots with nothing so far, and he's not been afraid to put chips in. So
Yep.
I think that's a pretty good assessment.
Yeah, his strategy seems pretty surgical so far. He's picking his spots, but when he goes for it, he goes aggressive and has chipped up really nicely. Yeah, again, you see David here opening the 5s at the +1 position. That's, again, back to that example where, you know, him being the chip leader, he can probably get away with that. Most of the other players are going to probably have to fold that. And then the ace-jack is, you know, going to proceed cautiously. If he just flats in position, he's going to keep in all of David's dominated hands. He could have like king-jack, queen-jack, ace-10 type hands, but if he raises, David's going to be folding those hands and only continuing with better. So I think that there's a lot of good things that can happen by just flatting the ace-jack off of, looks like 24 big blinds. If he was a little bit shorter, he could probably just jam, or if David opened in a later position and he was in the blinds, he could probably jam, but against an early position, you really have to respect the range, even from the chip leader, and just play this pot in position. There's Skinny in the chat. Always a pleasure to play with him. He cashed with me in the high roller and made another deep run with me. So always another local fun to play with.
For sure. Interesting call there. Yum Yum, David still got the best hand. I was wondering if you noticed any of Yum Yum's body language there. He kind of struggled to make that call.
I think that is a pretty standard call, actually, for that sizing. He has backdoor draws to the nuts, the overcards, and he's going to expect David on this board to c-bet, potentially with his whole range as the chip lead, being able to pressure Yum Yum. And if he expects David to start shutting it down, you know, he might just already have the best hand with ace-jack high. Again, you know, David's going to have hands like king-jack, stuff like that. So I actually really like calling there in position. A lot of good things can happen. That being said, the deuce of diamonds is not a good turn card for you. And I do not think he should be turning his hand into a bluff. The problem is he could already have the best hand, but if he starts betting now, he's going to funnel David's range into hands that beat him, and he doesn't really need a lot of protection either. He either has the best hand or David's going to continue with a hand stronger than his. He's not going to get David off like a slightly worse hand, like a pair of sixes or anything like that. So just trying to get to showdown at this point.
Yeah, it did go check, as you expected there.
Yeah.
Now let's see what David does.
Yeah, and David's got a close spot here, whether or not to go for value or to go for the check and try to get Yum Yum to bluff. He does have to respect Yum Yum's range here, calling on the flop and pre-flop off of his stack size. But on that paired river, Yum Yum will be able to hero call with some good ace highs, so he might go for it, but just a little too weak. I actually agree with this check. And let's see if Yum Yum takes it to showdown or turns his hand to a bluff. I think I prefer checking back here, again, for the same reasons. We're probably just good a lot, but if we start betting, now we're going to get looked up by those better hands. And so we're mostly going to lose if more money goes into the pot, is essentially what I'm saying. Yeah, and I like David's check, thinking about it a little bit more. He's got a showdown. And honestly, really well played from both players on all streets, in my opinion. Really nice discipline. A lot of players will kind of lose their mind and feel like they have to turn that ace-jack into a bluff. Especially with the ace of spades, you're blocking his flush draw continues. And so you're just hoping that he gave up with a hand like queen jack, king jack, 9-8 suited type of hand. Really well played.
Hand number 38, blinds at 150K, 300 with the big blind ante, 300,000.
Yeah, Lego, you were mentioning body language. Lego makes a really good point. I actually hate the 9 seat and the 1 seat. Whenever I play cash, I always try to avoid those seats. I prefer the end seats. You never know when the action's on you if you're in the 1 seat, and yeah, it's difficult to get a vibe on the table.
Can't see their cards or,
yeah.
Or their chip stack sometimes, yeah. Yum Yum gonna raise this up, ace-8 clubbies.
Yeah, and I do think Yum Yum has to be careful playing hands like this off of his stack size. The other players can start putting a lot of pressure on him, and this hand's not going to play super well out of position. But if he feels like the table is playing too tight and he's winning some pots, then he can start to go for it. And you can see he did get a hand better than his ace-9 to fold, but the hand of the table, tens for probably the 5th or 6th time.
Easily the 5th or 6th time, yeah.
Definitely going to VPIP. Interesting decision between raise or call here. Off of about 19 bigs effective on Yum Yum's side to start the hand. I probably prefer call. One of the nice benefits of calling too is one of the short stacks in the blinds may rejam with worse, so they're gonna love to wake up with 8, 7, 6s in rejam, where you'll have an easy snap call behind.
And here we are, top for Yum Yum. Maybe get him in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot here for Yum Yum. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the check raise here and ends up getting stacked. He probably doesn't expect Dorian to be this strong, flatting on the button. But based on that in-between stack size, they're not too short, not too deep. I think the 10s probably does play really well as a flat. So he's going to have to proceed with caution.
A bit of a scare card for both players.
Yeah, neither player has a diamond. And Dorian is going to be flatting in position here with a lot of suited hands. So this might help save Yum Yum a little bit, as well as Dorian probably doesn't want to blow up this pot anymore either.
Yeah, check, check.
Both players want to get the showdown now. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes check, check again on the river. Again, you need, because of the risk premium, you need extra value to safely value bet on the river. And yeah, I'm not sure about this river bet. I think we do want to just get to showdown. You could go for a very small block size. Oh, did he go all in?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the little graphics error there.
You could go for a small block size, but I think you got to go really small if you're going to do that. And I think I prefer checking, trying to get to showdown. Because you're essentially turning your hand into a bluff now for this sizing, where he's probably going to be able to call with better and fold with worse, and that's just not a great position to be in.
Yeah, and this is a tournament. They're playing for a lot of money. I don't mind the time, obviously, Dorian's taking to kind of process this.
Yeah,
and I did not think that was the result, though. I thought we were about to flick in the call.
And that just goes to show you that, when Yum Yum does take that line, he's going to assume he's a lot stronger, especially opening +1. So he does end up turning his hand into an effective bluff there.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, and Dorian is not going to be happy to see that one.
No, he's definitely not.
Yeah.
RJ Dupree joining us, saying, let's go Guacamole State, and you are correct. This is not fantasy football, RJ. Get your head right. This is TCH and the PokerAtlas Tour main event, baby.
Yeah, RJ, another great commentator. Always a pleasure to commentate with him the few times I've done it here on the bigger 1 for 1 drop. Or bigger 1 for 1 drop. Jeez.
I wish.
Talking is difficult.
One drop. Let's go.
Our TCH version of Bigger One, not for one drop.
Yep. We know where Danny's mind's at. The next big one drop tournament.
Yeah, just give me $1 million. I'm good.
I'm good. Mo waking up with a nice premium hand here. Ace Queen.
Yeah.
Rip City. They get it all in for all $5 million.
Yeah, blind versus blind. It's actually kind of an interesting spot where you're almost strong enough to want to induce with a limp. But I think the offsuit, the standard is definitely going to be jam here. I just think there are some interesting decisions because of how strong that hand is in a blind versus blind. But the standard play is obviously just going to be the jam there.
Yeah.
I think if you're in an earlier position at his stack depth, you want to just open to 2x. But I like the jam there from Mo. Nice hand.
Yeah, Skinny, again, the TCH series that's coming up. I'll put that flyer up again throughout the night. But it's going to be October 16th through the 28th, and it's going to be in Austin, that new TCH social room down there. I didn't get a chance to go down, obviously, because we had all this PokerAtlas stuff this week. But saw pictures, saw videos, looked like an amazing new club down there. So excited that we've got a new series coming up. October seems like it's super far away, but man, that's just a month and a half away for that series. So October the 16th through the 28th will be the Trailblazer TCH Poker Series.
Is that going to be down in Austin?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
$2 million in guarantees. Not sure when all the schedule of the events and details are going to be up on our website, but be checking on that and just go ahead and put that sucker in your calendar.
Yeah, I still haven't played poker in any of the other cities, but again, one of the nice things about Texas and TCH, all the major cities have rooms, and TCH is an amazing brand, continues to expand. So if you're down in Austin, go check that out.
Absolutely. Both players going to whiff on this flop. Yum Yum going to take it down though with a little aggression.
Yeah, and it seems like he's been willing to risk it a little bit more with his aggression, and it's paid off so far. A lot of the other players are kind of taking a wait-and-see approach and trying to ladder up a little bit. But everybody's playing really well so far, so very impressive. You can really see why these players were able to navigate through this massive field. It does obviously take a lot of luck to get here, but these players definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, aside from both of those ace-king versus queen hands that we saw.
Those were the two confrontations.
This has definitely just been a battle back and forth. No one getting too crazy pre-flop. We've seen a lot of post-flop play, which is really nice.
Yeah, a lot of navigating, precision play, which again, I was talking about how complex these 10 to 20 big blind strategies have gotten, and these players are showing it really well. Speaking of which.
Yeah, a couple of cowboys for Yum Yum.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, especially he's been V-pipping a lot. Curious to see his sizing decision here. I think he's too deep to jam here, especially with the covering stack in the big, where you're just going to get too many folds and miss out on value. So I prefer a smaller raise here to try to induce jams from worse, or get worse hands to continue that would otherwise fold to a jam.
And he does just that, goes to a 1.8 million.
Yep, so just over 6 bigs. I actually do like this sizing with the chip, with one of the bigger stacks behind. And then it's just going to put Mo in a very difficult spot here, but Mo's going to have to get out of the way off the stack size with a hand that does not play very well. Yeah, I think the open is already really close here with Mo. In his position at this table, I'm probably, maybe that's incorrect, but I'm probably just folding the ace-9 off there because you're just not going to be able to have many good things happen if you don't take down the hand pre-flop. Although some would say that's a little too tight from the cutoff. So really well played.
Duck holding on to his 5 million in chips now. Going to look down at Ace King, Big Slick. Going to look up at the screen, see where the blinds are at.
Yeah, in a lot of these final table tournaments, it comes to navigating those difficult spots well, and then you get these few. Hopefully you're in a good position when these big confrontations happen.
Yeah, definitely going to see a confrontation here.
Yeah, Brand's got an interesting spot here. I think with the suited ace-jack, again, that theme of playing really well in position, I prefer to call with the suited version. You're also against an under-the-gun open from a short stack, so you really have to respect that raise. And now David's also in a very interesting spot. Honestly, I'd probably prefer just folding at this point after a call. I know that might seem a little crazy to most of you, especially him being the chip leader. The other option is to perhaps get aggressive with it or call, but yeah, he does decide to call with the chip lead, which is probably fine because he is the chip leader, and the other players are going to have to be a lot more careful when c-betting because their stacks are going to be at risk. But it is not a clear-cut call. Very difficult spot. Yeah, I'd much rather be suited there. Really like Brand's call.
Yeah, Dylan getting such a good price. Doesn't have a great hand.
Yeah.
Does flop a gut shot. And David actually is going to flop the best here with the king-queen.
And earlier in the tournament, you're going to defend your big blind a lot wider. So like a 10-8 is going to be an easy call earlier in the tournament. But when you're at the final table with huge ICM implications, a hand like 10-8 is off of his stack size is actually not a clear-cut call. One of the issues is playing multi-way out of position. You're just not going to realize your equity when the players can pressure you so much with ICM. You're not deep enough to realize any draws. So a lot of players play a little bit too loose when it comes to defending their big blind, especially multi-way at these big final tables. But it's definitely a close spot. Yeah, and David flops really well here. I think that's a typo by Dylan. I don't think he's called anything. I expect everyone.
That was the pre-flop. Yeah, that was the pre-flop action.
I expect everyone to fold at this point. Really lucky flop there for David as the chip lead.
Yeah, action is now back to Duck.
Yeah, he can't love that after being really excited to see the ace-king. I really like his decision, though, to open instead of jam up of his stack size. Some players just want to get it in there, but I think you're giving up some value from worse hands. And even though this spot didn't go his way, I think he played it to maximize his value.
Yeah, got called by two players. He had both dominated. Unfortunately, just David got the better on the flop.
Yeah. T, I'm glad you're enjoying our commentary.
Yeah, very different from the cash game commentary. We've got so much table talk going on, so much chatter going on in the chat itself, based off of what's going on the table. And this is just serious poker we've got tonight. These guys, man, they are really in tune to their game, really trying to find good spots, playing for big money tonight. So this is exciting, but a different brand of poker. And we're excited to be here and broadcasting it because somebody is going to go home super happy with a big chunk of change and a beautiful trophy.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the happiness part. One of the hardest parts about tournaments is no matter where you finish, you're usually sad. Like even if you hit a big spot, unless you win, you're going to be sad. But that being said, hopefully all these players can wake up in the morning, and even though they might be disappointed in the moment, be very proud of themselves and happy with a really, really good return on investment. I generally allow myself to be sad in the moment or that evening, but by the morning, again, I finished 17th, so it's so close, it hurts a lot. But the next morning, I wake up really happy and proud of myself. So
Yeah, the unhappiest, 10K plus you ever
Yeah.
made, right?
And that's one of the hard parts about these tournaments is the mental aspect. Some of these players that do this full time, you have to be a machine to be able to handle it. Playing cash is just so much more consistent and easy mentally. Yeah, usually I'm one of those players at the cash game stream goofing off the table, but a little bit different in
Bottle
this
of
environment.
wine, having a good time. All right, deuce, 8 deuce here. Dorian still with the best of it with pocket fours.
Yeah, and that's another close spot pre-flop where I'm probably just pitching the fours. Feels like he probably has a good feel for the table, and this is one of his better flops. Does take it down. How long have you been doing commentary for? How did you get into it?
So
Was poker your first?
Poker's the first commentary thing that I've done. I actually did some commentary at the University of North Texas, just some radio, TV, film stuff when I was in school. I ended up with a degree that was not radio, TV, film, but did some theater growing up. And I know we went through several commentators when I was playing here, and just a fan of the live stream.
Yeah.
And I had some guys take some other opportunities and then move away. And Derek was in here doing it. With another guy, and Mitch was doing this, was always looking for somebody. He's like, you know what, I want to give it a stab, and worst case scenario, a couple people like me, and I'll keep doing it. But I love the game of poker. I love the poker community here in Texas, and fortunately, it kind of stuck, and it's been a cool part-time job for me, and I'm excited to be a part of the TCH fam. But love being able to have people come in who know way more about poker than me, and get to learn from them as well. So. Glad to have people like you and Poker Mama and others who have come in and join us. We've had Greg Goes All in the booth.
Oh, cool.
Slow Poker, some other commentary folks, come in. So it's been fun. But love the TCH stream. Watched it when it was on 3 years ago, and we had just those crazy cash games.
Oh yeah,
would love to have some of those back.
Yeah.
Not all of those people are still free to this day.
Yeah,
but
we might have to go play some prison games.
Yeah, but we definitely still have a lot of big local names that love to play high stakes. So
somebody told me once if they play poker like they stole it, they probably stole it.
Amen.
Yeah, and while we were chatting, Yum Yum is just continuing to run over this table.
He's chipping up, baby.
He was the shortest with 8 left, and now he's one of the bigger stacks. So really impressive, jump up here from him.
Yeah, AJR, who was running the table over at the start, has been kind of quiet. Of course, he's been card dead after that early run where it seemed like the shoot was just pitching right to him.
Yeah, well, he can no longer open those more speculative hands like the King-6 suiteds from early position. So now he has to play a little bit more straightforward, and Ace-10 suited definitely fits the bill. Yeah, and something I noticed, both you and RJ, you both have great voices for this. Very smooth, and it's a pleasure to work with you. I've never been an eloquent talker, so I just try to ramble out things and hope I don't sound too stupid. But
well, we always need a subject matter expert, my brother. So RJ and I know enough about poker and have played it long enough, but there's always something that we can learn too. And so both on the commentary side and on the tables.
Yeah, and obviously you got a face for radio too, so it's just perfect.
Yep.
No,
I always say my
kidding.
mom says I'm handsome. That's all I need.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, she says I'm special. A little Ace-10 versus Ace-10 action.
AJR got that one through there. Maybe that's a little momentum that he needed back to get things going on his side. It sure looked like he was going to run away with this thing, but everybody who's played poker knows that just in a matter of a couple hands, you can have the wind taken out of your sails.
Yeah. And, we've got over 650 viewers at this point. And, guys, if you're enjoying it, a lot of comments here. Please take a second to hit that thumbs up, that like button. It really helps us a lot. We would really appreciate it. Helps us know that you're enjoying the show so we can keep bringing it to you.
Absolutely. And we do stream from all of our locations, including that new TCH Social in Austin. So if you subscribe, you can get notifications on all of those games that are coming up throughout the week. Everything from 1-3 games, mixed games, PLO games. Of course, we do usually the big game here on Tuesday nights in Dallas, but tune into TCH Live all the time. And Whiskey Fix. I'm not sure why you're watching Upside Down, but we're glad you're with us.
Smash that thumbs up button. I always wanted to say that.
Well, I know the joke now. He's upside down and he's hitting the thumbs up. So really, he hit the thumbs down. I see what you did there, Whiskey.
He's too quick for us. It's too late for.
It's too late for that kind of joke.
Yeah.
I was like, why is he watching Upside Down, man? It sounds like he's having a fun night.
Yeah, my head was going a dirtier direction.
Yeah,
but,
what's going on here? Bang!
No,
Got him.
This is a PG program.
Absolutely. Dorian has definitely gotten a little cold in the cards as well. Let's see if he can't turn it around. Some of these players are definitely kind of getting in that range where they're going to need to start doing something. The blinds are now 200, 400,000.
Oh yeah, we did have another jump. So even though it's our levels, every one of these jumps is going to be very, very painful to the small stacks. We're starting to get a lot of 10 big blind-ish stacks, which are going to start being forced to play a little bit more jam or fold. But again, as ICM increases, you can start, even opening off of smaller stacks, 10 bigs, etc., depending on the type of hand class that you have. So, and the other stacks here.
Fast orbit.
Yeah, and something else with these tournaments, this was $1 million guarantee tournament, but every time that we've thrown a big guarantee, it has smashed it. And so between this location's $1 million guarantee and the Austin's $300K guarantee, we had over 1.6 million in prize pools on those two tournaments.
Really cool stuff.
Yeah, Texas tournament poker is booming.
Yeah, 1.3 plus in this tournament. I'm sure Austin will beat their 300K guarantee, so exciting stuff. There we go. Looks more familiar with AJR waking up with these premium hands. Ace, King of Spades.
I think against the under the gun open, you're just going to want to fold the King Jack, even as the chip leader here. Yeah, very, very disciplined. I've been very impressed with David's play. I actually played with him yesterday when there was 2 tables left, and he had a really good table presence and really considerate of his actions.
Yeah, and I mean, you're picking up $1 million in chips just like that anytime you're taking the blinds there. So any hand you can win from this point going forward is going to be $1 million plus. Got to be good for any of these players, and especially for AJR trying to get back where he was at, comfortable.
Yeah, and honestly, even though there may be little comments or ways that one of us might play a hand differently, I have seen no big mistakes from anybody here. Everybody's playing really, really good poker. You really love to see it, and you can definitely see why these players are in this position. Especially Yum Yum. It's been nice to see him kind of put a little bit extra aggression where other players might be a little more passive.
Logic, we'll see what we can do getting those stack sizes there for you. Normally they show up there at the bottom.
Another classic blind versus blind confrontation where you're going to just be limping hands like 8-6. One of the big blind approaches that I've been taking more recently in position against the limp is raising some of your weakest offsuit trash because they're not going to play as well. So you want to just kind of take it down pre-flop and then just checking back or limping with your suited varieties as you have a little bit extra equity there. Kind of a way to kind of mix your strategy up a little bit. I think 7 deuce is probably just too weak.
7 would be a brutal card to see on that river.
Yeah, absolutely. But at this point, especially with the board pair on the river, he probably feels okay about his hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see AJR call down Yum Yum here. And I think Yum Yum has to, I shouldn't say has to turn his hand into a bluff. One of the issues with the board pairing is not much has changed since the turn. And so a lot of the hands that had showdown value are still going to call him down here on the board pairing river. I try to not bluff very often on that, but he is just low enough where he is able to get off of that, especially with the heart coming in and him having no hearts in his hand. But you could see that he really did want to call, and that was a close spot. But again, Yum Yum's been getting those very close spots. He's been choosing right every time, which has earned him a lot of extra chips than someone like myself would have gotten.
Yeah,
so
it really has. I mean, he bet on that turn, gets called, has no heart in his hand. A heart hits, another queen hits, still puts out another bluff and gets it through. So definitely picking his spots and not just going to give up on pots.
Yeah, and that hand specifically, the 8 high, you have no showdown value.
Zero.
So when that's the case, you are more incentivized to bluff. It's those medium hands that you don't want to turn into a bluff, kind of like that ace 8 that I was talking about before, because you might be good at showdown. And so you want to do your weakest and strongest hands as bets there. You guys hear some snoring in the background. Our little cute mascot here is falling asleep. She's waiting for some all-in action to wake back up.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, I think with the 400K big blind, we're going to be forced to see some all-ins here shortly. I don't know if we're able to pull up the stacks to kind of get a... well, that's the V-pips. And you can see Yum Yum's playing by far the most. Oh, no, that's
I was
showdown.
like, God,
okay.
I hope that's not V-pips.
Yeah, that's not a super valuable stat, really especially with this very small sample size. It takes quite a bit for the stats to converge to meaningful information. Things like VPIP and preflop raise are going to converge to a correct number first, but even those over the course of a 4-hour stream are not going to be even close to representative of a real strategy. The short-term variance is going to play a huge factor in that. And then the went to showdown is going to take hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hands. So that's completely meaningless in the context of a stream. But it does, one nice thing is you can kind of see what's actually happened in real time. So you can kind of get a feel for how the final table or players have been playing and getting to showdown. So in that regard, it could be a little bit more valuable.
This is not what I expected here. We've got Mo in the low jack, putting in about a quarter of his stack with the ace 3. Dylan in the small blind going to wake up with Jack 10 of diamonds and just rip it.
And I actually think this is a pretty good jam here from Dylan. Again, he's probably the shortest. He can't afford to wait much longer. And the Jack 10 suited has some decent qualities for an all-in here. If you get called by lower pocket pairs, you're actually in really good shape. And then some of their strongest hands, like ace king, ace queen, king queen, they don't interact as much with the Jack and 10, and so you're going to have live cards when you get called by those bigger Broadway hands. So there's a lot of good things can happen.
He can get a relatively weak, opening, like a weak ace there, at a Mo to fold.
Another benefit is you're going to get hands like Queen 10 to fold. So hands that actually are beating you, that you're going to get better to fold. And the hands that are going to call you, you're flipping against. So, even like Queen Jack might fold. So a lot of good properties for jamming the 10 Jack suited there. One of the things that I like to think about, another all in here, another standard jam here for looks like 7.5 bigs with 8s. And I think even 7.5 is a little too much here for Dylan to call with. But Dylan's been very card dead, probably a little bit frustrated. Definitely wants to think it over a little bit. But I do expect him to fold. The problem is there's also 2 hands behind you. And so if you're closing the action, you can make an argument for calling. But I think with 2 hands behind you, you just have to fold. Similar story for Duck, very close spot. He already also has half a big blind in the pot, but he's not closing the action, and Mo jamming +1, even for 7.5, is going to be a reasonably strong hand at this point. So King Jack is not doing super well against that range, but it is reasonably close.
Gotta hope your opponent's holding those, 10s or less, which is what Mo has. But we get to see the cards, and he doesn't. He's gonna let that one go.
Yeah,
Mo's gonna get that last million back that he just lost the hand before.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold. Yeah, very disciplined play so far all around.
Yeah, I was kind of in the same mindset, or at least thought process Lego is, when you got that Jack 10 of diamonds that Dylan had there that he shoved with, definitely, a hand that you can warrant, getting it all in when you're getting super short. But I see that button next to me a lot of times. I'm like, man, I got free hands coming. But there's so many tournaments that I've done that, and I've waited to see an ace. And, of course, I get it in, and it's the worst ace, and it's just not good. So going with it with a suited Jack 10, I think is an okay play there, and I like it, and it worked out for him, and he's going to live to see another flop or two.
And obviously, the shorter you get, the more that the high card value does matter. But you still have fold equity there, and again, the worst case scenario is going to be like Ace Jack or Ace 10 that calls you. But there's just so many other good things that can happen. One of the things I like to consider when deciding do I want to raise or call is is my opponent's range going to react to my raise or call? So am I going to get them to am I going to help them play well by having them fold everything worse and call everything better? If so, that's not very incentivized. But if I call, am I going to keep in all the dominated hands where now if we both hit top pair, I can win a big pot? Those are some of the things I like to think about when deciding whether to raise, call, or jam.
Right. Dylan is going to wake up with 2 jacks this time.
Yeah, now that he's got about 11.5 bigs, definitely too deep here. Oh, did Yum Yum raise?
Opened, yeah,
okay.
He opened in the low jack with the ace 4.
Again, I think that's probably. I guess he's seeing everybody play really, really tight, and so he's continuing to go for it. But players are starting to wisen up and might start playing back at him. But I think he definitely has to fold here. You're just in really terrible shape here against Dylan's jam.
There, you got it.
A rare loss for Yum Yum.
Absolutely, he's been running really good.
Yeah, and Dylan's been, pretty card dead, so he hasn't played a lot of hands. Dylan was another player that I played with yesterday where I was very impressed with his table presence, took his time, very considerate of his plays.
Still 8-handed. This is what they are playing for, so every pot matters big time now, especially for these guys that are getting short. They're not going to be mad at 28,000 almost, but they want that 207 up top.
Yeah, and those pay jumps start skyrocketing after this. So again, you make real money when you fold and other players clash. So that's that concept of risk premium at these final tables where you need a little bit extra. Normally in a fair coin, if you offer me 51 cents every time it's tails and you get 49 cents every time it's heads, I could retire off of that deal. But at a final table, that, depending on the risk premium, that might not be good enough. If you might need a 55% edge to be incentivized to gamble in an all-in spot. And so, how much another stack can hurt you, where you are in the pole position, how big the pay jumps are, all these factors matter so much. And that's why, tournaments are so fun because every single hand, the variables change, and it's just a constant puzzle to solve.
Right. AJR taking down a nice hand there, the hand prior with King 8 of spades, kind of realizing that most of the players to his left are a little on the shorter side. Dylan now waking up that same King 8 of spades, but he's going to let it go.
Yeah, pretty close spot there. I think if he was maybe a little deeper, he would probably open that. Or maybe, probably the king 9 suited he'd open, so that was a pip too low. But wanted to think it over. Another close spot here for Duck where you can go either way. Actually, no, 3.2, he's got to go for this. In my opinion, off of 8 bigs, you got to jam there in the hijack. But he does decide to fold. And good thing he did, because he would be in really big trouble here. But Brant with a very clear open here on the button with the ace-jack. Probably going to get it through. And it looks like Duck is dodging bullets over there.
Yeah, we get to see the cards. Duck really dodged a bullet there. His queen was dominated, or I'm sorry, his jack was dominated, and one of his queens was gone. Would not have been a good spot for him to jam there. Skinny Cole saying we're watching 71 hands of hand for hand. I'm sorry you're not having fun, because I'm having fun in here with Danny and Bluey.
He actually might be referring to our high roller. I was the chip leader, the 2.5K tournament from last week. He was the short stack on the bubble. We had 2 tables, and the stone bubble lasted probably like 2 hours.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was incredibly fun for me being the chip leader, getting to open every hand, but he was pretty stressed out.
Okay.
He had to win it all in, but you know, I thought that was a great time.
That is what he's talking about, because we're on hand 56 here.
And he did squeak into the money. He won his all in against me. So congratulations, Skinny. You know, obviously I blew the chip lead a little bit later in the tournament, but it was still a ton of fun. Ooh, another big clash here. A couple of really strong hands.
Yeah, and guys with a lot of chips that don't necessarily need to clash, but queens is a big hand here.
Yeah, I think at these depths, yeah, this is a really close spot. Against Brandt's cutoff open, we might be a little too deep here to just try to get it in. And again, one of the benefits of calling here is keeping in some dominated hands like ace-10, king-jack. But we might be strong enough to raise. But we're not going to like what we see here when Brandt rejams, and we'll have to get away. And that's the other thing. You could just 3-bet fold, perhaps. But yeah, I'm not sure. This is actually a similar spot to the hand I went out on. I wasn't sure if a jammer call was correct at 25. And yeah, Yum Yum's not going to like this, but I think it's a pretty easy fold at this point.
He's just kidding, Brady.
Yeah, doesn't like that he put in almost 4 million with
Yeah.
the ace-jack off.
Yeah, I think he raised a little too much off of his stack size, where he's now really hurt himself by giving himself a really good price. But that being said, you are in really rough shape here against Brandt's 4-bet. So I still think you have to fold. Again, another thing with, in a cash game, you just have to side call at this point because you do have the pot odds. But because of risk premium, you can actually put in a very large percentage of your stack and still fold on these final table tournament spots. And so this is one of those spots where even though you're getting a great price, even if he turns up kings face up, in a cash game you might call, but in this spot, it's just so much more valuable to stay alive.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, Brandt's open was for $1 million. What sizing would you probably have gone with there if you decided to raise?
Well, again, against that 2.5 open, I don't know if I like any of the 3-bet sizes. Maybe like 6.5 big blinds to 7 big blinds. So like, 1.8 or
2.1,
no.
2.2.
Well, yeah. Again, though, that's no. So
he went 3.9 with his bet.
Yeah. So like 2.8 maybe.
Okay.
2.8 to 3.
And
So maybe a million too much.
Give yourself an easier fold, right? Than putting 3.9 in.
Well, it's just also the geometry of the sizing based on your stack size makes the hand play out a little bit better. Like, let's say he does do this raise and Brandt calls. The stack to pot ratio is a little bit awkward now, where we floated our hands with kind of an awkward spot out of position. And you can see like he's in a lot of pain here because he's put himself in a tough spot, but he's been playing really well. So let's see if he can come to the right decision.
JCO Poker says you call, you just hit your ace.
That's another. That's what I was trying to do. I tried to crack those kings against the 2C, but couldn't do it.
Yeah, stream rabbit holes, rabbit hunts would be fun. I agree.
Good fold, Yum Yum.
Good fold.
Yeah, still playing really well, and you know, he was a lot shorter than that, not much earlier than that, but with that pickup, Brandt's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, 14.4 million now in Brandt's stack. He is definitely going to be dangerous. Ali, we're on hand number 57, 2 hours in, 646 of y'all watching across all live streams. We're all also on Facebook. If you're just on Facebook and want to go to TCH, Texas Card House's Facebook page, you can see this video streaming.
Yeah, and our only elimination so far was a cooler, the classic Ace King versus Queen. So these players are, it's really impressive to watch them navigate. And you can see a little bit of frustration on the face of Yum Yum, but let's see if he can, you know, relax a little bit. And he still has plenty of chips, still has 15 big blinds. That's a ton at the final table, and get back in the mix and see what he does with this spot. Yeah, it's a little scary because you're against an under the gun open. I don't mind a flat here because you have the suited version, but it's possible that you just want to get it in. I'm a little bit torn between a call and a jam, but it looks like it's going to end up probably just getting all in anyway for the chop.
We do have some backdoor diamonds,
That's
though.
right. Yeah, Yum Yum is free rolling at this point. Can only lose the hand by folding. Yeah, and Mitchell and Lego mentioned, you know, bet sizing is one of the more interesting things that have changed over the last few years in terms of how precise people have gotten. But as long as your overall strategy is balanced, you know, you can. There's a few different approaches with bet sizing. But generally, later in the final table, the sizes go down because of how important it is to maintain your stack and how much pressure you can put through small sizes where you don't need to go big to put pressure on people.
We did have a bet and a call from Yum Yum, so we are going to see a turn.
Yeah, and curious to see how they play it, but I expect the same result either way. It would take a very interesting run out and sizing scheme for one of these players to fold the river, like a bet call, king river type of deal, king of spades maybe, where somebody still goes all in on the river. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yum Yum's probably debating the best course of action. Again, he is against an undergun raise, so there is some reason to be a little scared, especially on such a dry board where there aren't many draws available. But we're definitely too strong here to fold, so curious to see if he goes for the call or jam. Potentially, you know, sometimes also after you play a big pot and you lose, you know, you might not be thinking as clearly. So it's always good to take your time when dealing with such big money decisions. So I don't mind him taking his time here. I expect a jam and a call. If I were Dylan raising under the gun with the small blind flat, I would be putting Yum Yum on a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s. And I would be trying to get this last bit of value against him. I wouldn't really expect to be beat here ever. I would expect a raise to go in on the turn with the 5, maybe even on the flop. Yep. And you know, Yum Yum might not be super thrilled about it again because of the undergun, but you just can't fold at this point.
And if the stacks are correct, this is for Yum Yum's tournament life.
Yeah, but I mean it's 7 bigs, so it's not going to be in a great spot here if you fold after putting in that much money. There are some missed flush draws. You know, you don't have any spades in your hand. I would not expect him to have that. The other thing is though, I'm also not really expecting him to triple off with 10s, 9s, 8s. So you're trying to wonder what he has. Is he really even opening King Jack suited under the gun and going for 3 streets here? So he's trying to kind of figure out if there's any value that he beats, what kind of bluffs he might have in his hand or in his range. So understandable to take your time here because he is just going to have, you know, the overpairs occasionally, a reasonable frequency for the under the gun open. And he's also been playing very tight, Dylan has. But I think he's going to come to the right decision here and call. Almost 700 followers now, guys. While they're tanking, hit that like button.
Smash it. Smash that like button for us. 10.3 million in the middle. 2.7.
You can hear him. He said he was hoping he would check the river. He thought he was good, but once he puts in that triple barrel, he's a little more concerned now. And again, we talked about the reasons why it's reasonable to be concerned. Let's see what he does.
We probably should have asked the chat. 1 for a call, 2 for a fold.
Yeah, what do you guys think? What would you be doing? Well, it's also something else I want to mention. It's so much easier for us. We get to see the cards. We're going to be inherently biased, even if we're trying to be objective. So what do you guys think? How would you have approached this spot? Would you have put in a raise earlier? Are you just snap calling this river, or are you concerned and considering folding this river? It's always hard on these dry boards where the only misdraw is spades. And are they really tripling off spades here? See, he really wants to fold. And he also just had a couple of tough hands very recently, and that could be weighing on his mind. Again, we talked about how it can be, poker's very grueling, you know, and this is their 3rd day playing full days. These are mental challenges, so it's always difficult to think through these spots clearly.
I know there's been a lot of times where I've put in a call on a turn, and instead of raising and just getting it in when I thought I was good, now I face a decision, and all of a sudden I'm not as comfortable with what I thought was the best hand.
Yeah, it's very common.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Sturfer says he would have gone all in pre-flop. That was definitely one of the options. Mitchell with a good point. The final table triple barrel is not very common. You know, it takes a very confident player to actually to bluff over 3 streets at a final table.
I hope I'm dead wrong, but it looks like he's calling. Yeah, clock has been called.
Floor 29.
I really think he's going to fold this, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Robert, I think it's fair though. He's been in a lot of tough spots, and I mean this hand is worth tens of thousands of dollars in real money. I mean this could be the equivalent of a $40,000-$50,000 call. You know, that's just a wild guess, but it can't be too far off. So, or the pot's worth about that much, I should say. Wow.
Did he get a full minute?
Looks like he's gonna fold. Oh! Oh my gosh! And Dylan is going to love that result. You know, again, I don't blame him. That's a really tough spot, but you know, he's gonna really hate to see that one. And just the fact that it was a chop and he wasn't winning, it just shows you that. Like, does he have any worse there? Does he have any bluffs? You know, I don't know the answer to that. So.
Yeah, you don't decide to raise there on the turn. You don't get it in on the turn. There's so many rivers that can make you question your hand. That was not one of them. A 7 of diamonds should not have been one of those cards. And you know, the action though by the player jamming in for his tournament life really changed it and made him feel uncomfortable and got him to fold.
That is actually, though, I do want to say that a little bit of a common misconception where players will say, well, nothing really changed on the river, so if I called the turn, I have to call the river, which is it's a very common misconception and very understandable. But the thing that changed on the river is they didn't have to bet again. So that betting creates additional information where it tightens their range even more. But that being said, your point is still very valid, especially on that specific board where the one draw did miss. He's not really going to have any 5, so yeah, tough spot. But he'll have to move on and see if he can keep his composure here.
Yeah, we all have those hands throughout tournaments that we end up questioning ourselves. And they can linger for days at a time, and that's probably one that he's going to have to go over a little bit.
Also, sometimes when I've had a few tough decisions before, and I might not be thinking clearly, if I think I'm more likely to make a mistake post flop, I may be more likely to just try to realize my equity and get it all in. But again, against an under the gun open, it's possible that you just want to play that spot very tight and either fold or call. So still a little unclear to me. Very difficult spot, but really well played by both players.
David's going to take this one down with ace-jack, which seems like the popular hand of the minute.
Yeah, we've had a lot of 10s and a lot of ace-jacks.
For sure. There are our VPIP numbers. You can see who's been putting a lot of money in the pot so far.
Yeah, and AJR having the highest VPIP is a result, or is a consequence of the fact that he was the chip leader early on and was able to open things up. He's tightened up considerably since then, now that he's in the middle of the pack. Other than that, short-term variance is going to kind of control the VPIPs other than the chip leaders. Yeah, Josh, I tend to agree with you. I think the suited variety could play decent as a call, but I would not have blamed him for a fold. And he is going to have a lot of very strong hands there. You just don't see many triples on that type of Jack 5-5 board. You have to have a lot of guts to be able to do that. I don't even know what our, you have to find at that point. You've got your natural bluffs. Ooh,
flash of the Titans.
Oh man,
here.
this is a spot. Yeah. Well, here Yum Yum woke up with it just in time.
Yeah.
This is a great spot for Dorian until he sees what happens. So Yum Yum's going to get more than a double up here if he can hold. And yeah, David is just confirming that they both don't have super short stacks before he makes the fold.
Yeah, see if Yum Yum can get rewarded for making that fold. Get some of those chips back and eliminate a player and get that pay jump he was looking for.
Yeah, and you never give up. And he made that fold. What if he was against queens, and now all of a sudden he's back to 7 million? So there's always value in leaving yourself chips behind and staying alive. A lot of interesting final table dynamics come into play.
All spades.
Yep, that's not going to help Dorian.
Yeah, Kings has spades covered.
Down to the 2 outs. Nice hand, Yum Yum.
Flush for both. Kings takes it down, and a nice double up there for Yum Yum. Tournament Life is still alive. Dorian still got some chips as well.
I'm not sure if we're able to pull up the chip count on demand. It's up to my co-commentator to figure that one out.
I think it was a triple or hard fold, but that's the problem. I hate folding. I'm gambling from. What can I say?
That's fair.
I've really been impressed with David's play so far. You can see even with the chip lead, he's making that disciplined fold. A lot of players are going to be eager to open hands like threes, but in early position, you're just not going to have many good things happen.
I don't know how you guys do it. This poker stuff is very stressful.
That's funny.
Yum yum, we understand.
And you can see Duck, that's another kind of newer concept for tournaments. He had a stack size where you'd think it'd be a clear jam there. But one of the things that players have realized is you can raise to a committing size off of a short stack instead of jamming. And then let's say the small blind goes all in, and then the big blind goes all in behind. Now you can get a pay jump by folding, which is so much more valuable than doubling up. And if one player goes all in against you, again, you're still committed, you'll call, but you're in terrible shape there against 2 all-ins. So even if you have 9 bigs, 8 bigs, instead of just going all in at a final table, if there's more than one player to act behind you, you can bet all but maybe 3 bigs. That way you have more than a full orbit to go ahead and pick up a hand, especially when you can get the entire big blind ante. So that's kind of a newer-ish concept that's a little bit more advanced. So it was nice to see Duck use that sizing where he bet half of his stack.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot. Of course, in those situations, the big stack, if he's going to call you, he's going to put you all in. But like you said, there's another short stack at the table. You might just get away from your hand.
Absolutely.
And get that pay jump.
That's one of those spots where in a cash game you have the odds to call, but in a tournament it doesn't matter.
Right.
The pay jump is worth more than your pot odds.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. They don't know when I stay 24 hours just to get even. I drink too much and gamble too much. See too many flops.
I love hearing Yum Yum because I've played with him so much over at LC back in the day, 2-5 and some PLO. Long hours.
Borderline retarded.
Well, he's going to have a few extra buy-ins to do those all-night gambles.
Here we go.
Dream like that.
This is probably the first elimination we've been looking at,
Well,
except
we
for
don't know
that
if it's an elimination
Kings versus
yet,
Jacks.
yeah, pretty standard here.
Sweat.
Going all in for 5.5 big blinds with queen 10 in the small blind is a really good spot. It does run into a really strong hand from David. See if he can suck out.
It's the wrong ace.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, gross.
Takes a second to process, and then you're like, oh no.
Yep.
Yeah, and the rest of the table, they're all cheering for David in that spot because they got money in their pockets if Mo gets eliminated. But again, the short stack doubled up again for the 4th or 5th time in a row.
Yeah, what I meant was the threat at elimination because we haven't really had a whole lot of all-ins aside from that Kings versus Jacks there, and had an all-in there. He was at risk and gets the full double. Yeah, we've actually, Lobster, we've got their mics turned up a little bit. This is the most they've talked all night, so
yeah,
we'll let you guys listen in a little bit more as they've started to kind of talk a little bit.
Loosened up. Yeah. It's also a little bit hard to hear them, so we'll try to fill in the blanks, but.
Louie needs to step up her selfie game.
Yeah, I'm just, while we're trying to hear them talk, I'm taking some adorable photos of our sleeping mascot here in my lap. She's a little bored of the action.
Pretty dusty hands here.
Since I beat you a pot since yesterday, so we're gonna...
Yum Yum says, I haven't beat you in a pot since yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and check.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Yum Yum so far. Always nice to keep it light, have fun. That's why we're here. Just money.
Both players holding red cards and all black flop.
2 days.
David going to take that one down.
Yeah, and coming from a cash game background, especially in a raked environment back in the day, we would always chop blind versus blind, so I had no experience. And then you learn how important it is in these tournaments, and now I love playing blind versus blind. A lot of fun dynamics. You can get a lot of edge if you really know what you're doing and you have a good balanced strategy.
Took you a minute to realize why the small blind is raising you every time it gets down to small versus big. He's trying to
A lot
steal
of
my
different
chips.
approaches.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think Dorian here with his stack size has, even against under the gun, pretty clear jam here.
Absolutely. Gets it in with the king, queen of hearts.
Yeah.
How much is that? 3?
AJR waking up with the ace queen here. 3 million is the all-in from Dorian. Does have Dylan behind, who opened under the gun. Big decision here from our big blind player, AJR.
Oh, wow.
Danny, what do you think here?
Yeah, that's very interesting here. Very tough spot here for AGR facing the under the gun open with the jam behind. But I do think ace queen is a little too strong here. Actually, I don't know. This is a tough spot. This is very. I think like ace king becomes a clear get it in. Ace jack is a clear fold. And so that ace queen is right in the middle there, depending on the dynamics and your reads on the villains. One of the issues here is that Dylan has a stack that can really hurt you and has an uncapped range opening from under the gun, where he could still have all the strongest hands, aces, ace king, kings. And now Dylan's in a really tough spot too. So let's see what they go. There is a soft collusion effect where he might be incentivized to call, thinking that it's going to check down a lot. There's so much value in busting players that just the game theory collusion. It's not an active collusion where they're talking it through, but both players are smart enough and know what they're incentivized to do. Where he realizes that he's going to get to showdown more than his fair share if it was earlier in the tournament because of that collusion effect. And so I think that went into his decision here to overcall, where he may just fold if if the ICM isn't as high.
Yeah, and they are going to do kind of an understand rule. If you get in these spots sometimes, it's not active collusion. It's just, hey, we're trying to knock this player out.
They're just both doing what's in their best incentive.
Absolutely.
There could be an argument for AJR if he feels like he can get a better hand from the third player to fold and still beat the all-in player to turn his hand into a bluff, but I do not think this qualifies because you're not going to get anything better to fold anyway.
No, neither player is nowhere near nutted. It's just going to go check, check.
Yeah, and that's going to be the end for Dorian. Always feels bad when you're all in with king high multi-way, and it's inevitable, but really well played nonetheless, and quite a nice payday to make him feel better.
GG's to Dorian. Everyone shout out Dorian in the chat. Friends and family, if y'all were watching, he played a heck of a tourney to get here to this level. Gonna get a nice payday here. 8th place. It's gonna take home $27,860. 8th place out of 1,670 entries. That is a lot of entries to make it this far. That is a heck of a showing. So great job, Dorian. Sad that it didn't go the way that you wanted there, but still a heck of a nice payday, and I'm sure we'll see you on another final table.
sexy pot.
And I do know the players will be taking a short break here, maybe in just a little bit. But we still have 690 of y'all tuned in, and we are back to the action.
Yeah, probably at the end of this level, they'll be taking a 10 or 15-minute break. You know, all the players can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief after that bust out. You know, the pay jumps, that was now a 9K pay jump, I believe. And they're just going to go up from there. So all the players are guaranteed 35,000 at this point.
Doug's saying now he can head to the bomb pod table.
Yeah. It was funny. There's a big PLO player that made a deep run yesterday, and all the PLO guys were joking that they wanted him to do well so the game would be bigger. And, you know, there's always fun side banter with that stuff.
I think I heard them talking out there before I came in tonight because he's out there playing PLO.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I did see him out there.
All in for AJR. 6.2 million with the ace-9-0.
Yeah, again, in these blind versus blind battles, you can start jamming a lot more big blinds even later with the ICM. Ace-9 definitely fits that bill where you have, you know, very strong high card value. You're blocking your opponent from having the strongest hands, and you're maximizing your fold equity, and just picking up those blinds is so valuable. That's a very clear jam. You can tell AJR definitely knows his spots, the way he's been adjusting through being chip leader and in middle of the pack through all the different positions.
Round of super dust being dealt out. Queen 7 is the best I've seen so far. Dylan in the small blind.
Yeah, but again, these blind versus blinds, you know, there's so much money in there that you're forced to play. And the nice thing is, Duck is so short that you can jam very wide here, knowing that you have the fold equity where he's going to have to be reasonably strong to call, and just taking it down here is very valuable. So nice hand from Dylan. Dylan's another player I've been very impressed with. Good table presence when I played with him yesterday.
Yeah, and he's really battled, you know, today. Been patient, super patient. So. Down to 7-handed. Took 67 hands to get down to 7.
All right, good discipline fold there by Yum Yum. I think he realizes, you know, he needs to tighten up a little bit. He's been put in a lot of tough spots. Another nice thing a lot of players will do, including myself, if you might be a little tilted or you're not playing your best, is to allow yourself to be in easier spots by playing a little bit tighter. So sometimes on a downswing, that's one of the recommendations I'll give, is to just kind of play a few pips too tight just to give yourself some easy spots.
AJR opened it up to 1 million, and Brant waking up with the jacks here.
Yeah.
Says all in.
A really clear jam here from Brant. And AJR is not going to love this with 15 more, but I do believe 15 more bigs behind, but I believe he's going to have to fold.
It's a tournament.
Somebody.
Are they playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Came up on stage and thought those were money chips.
Is that really 7 million?
You tell him, Brittany, get off my stage.
Yeah, Brittany knows how to run a game. She's one of the best dealers here in Dallas, and that's saying something.
She did give him the scary eyes, Brian.
Yeah.
I saw that too. Like, what are you doing up here on the stage? Knucklehead.
They might not be millions of dollars, but they are playing for hundreds of thousands. So
absolutely,
you know, definitely give them their space and let these guys focus. Let them stay in the zone. Yeah, and well played by both. I think that's a clear raise fold off that stack size. Doesn't feel good, but got to make the right play.
I think we have our first puppy poot. Bluey. Or at least I could blame it on the dog, you know?
Yeah. I know it was you. You don't have to lie. Don't blame it on my dog. Jeez.
maybe it's those pistachios I ate. Sorry.
All right, so the suited version of the Jack 10 becomes a little closer, but he does have 15 bigs, so you're not getting a lot of those implied odds, but it's probably still worth an open. Again, that's kind of a close spot that I'm not 100% sure of, but I believe that is a good open here. And off of 10 bigs, the king 8 of diamonds, 10.5 bigs behind. I think this is a good spot to flat and see a flop with. Very strong hand, not quite strong enough to go all in, but too strong to fold.
He's gripping those chips like he disagrees.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
It is possible. You know, Yum Yum has definitely been the loosest player at the table. If he thinks he's opening too wide, you know, it just so happens it would work too. But it's he's kind of got a difficult stack size to work with here with the 10.5 bigs.
Just
and
never
does decide
fun
to get out of
surrendering
it.
800,000 chips, you know, to an opponent. You got a suited king. You're like, should I go with it? But good discipline fold there. Mo's going to pick a better spot.
And I did realize he actually made it 2.5x open, so that is one of the benefits. You know, if he goes 2x to 800K, maybe he will defend there. But going to that extra half big makes a huge difference when you only have 10 bigs.
It's like a little sweetener on there.
Yeah. So, tough spot. Play you could probably go either way with. Does decide to take the conservative route, see if he can get a couple more pay jumps. So it looks like you know, Dylan, Brant, and David are kind of out ahead here. Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of these jams from these under 10 big blind stacks. Again, the other option is to raise the committing amount, leaving yourself maybe 2 to 3 bigs behind. But jam is pretty standard here from the cutoff with King Jack off of 8 bigs. Takes it down.
Yep, cool $1 million coming back your way every time you win one of those.
Yeah.
That's going to be even more important as we get into this next level at 250 and 500.
Yeah, after the break, it's really going to be moving time.
Been a very patient bunch tonight. These guys have really done a good job navigating spots, getting themselves out of tough spots.
Very methodical play.
Very methodical play. Very impressed by these players.
And so this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where in the small blind, the fact that he's got the suited variety makes for a nice call. So you can limp call against any raises because it plays very well. Where, you know, if you have like an offsuit 10-8, you might, you know, or 10-4 even, you might be more likely to raise. And then conversely, Yum Yum, for the same reason, goes for a raise. Pretty large raise, though. It might be too large off of his stack size. Again, sizing's become very important. But Jack 6 flops so poorly, and David's range is so wide that he's incentivized to just take it down now. So he does go for the raise, which actually is a good play, but maybe just a little bit smaller off of these effective stacks. And so, yeah, David was definitely not planning to fold. A little tougher being against the 4x, but we'll see how this flop goes. And now this is going to be a very interesting post flop since both players flopped very strong. Now that Yum Yum's hit a really good piece of this, I'd really like to see him check back. You know, now he wants to get this showdown with a very strong hand, allow your opponent to bluff. You're not really protecting against much. I guess this is like specifically the hand that you're going to want to protect against. But a lot of those hands are going to continue anyway, where now you want to keep your opponent's range a little bit wider.
So now you've committed money to a pot where you didn't necessarily have to.
Yeah, and that's just an idea. I could be wrong about this spot. It's pretty complex, but I think once you hit it, you don't need to bluff anymore. And once David limp calls, he's going to be pretty strong. And so, yeah, now it's kind of inevitable. I wonder if he'll consider a lead here. One of the benefits of one thing that we're seeing more from solvers is that final table play. Bigger stacks, because of ICM pressure and risk premium, have a lot more leads into the smaller stacks, but does decide to check and try to realize his equity. And again, for the same reason, I prefer Yum Yum to check back here. What are we trying to really get value against? It just so happens that this is the one hand we're protecting against. He actually goes one big. Oh no,
Yeah, it goes bigger. 1
that's
point
missize. Okay.
something.
Maybe he's trying to buy himself
2.4. Okay, there we go.
the showdown and just check back on the river, where he thinks he can get 2 streets out of it. But yeah, very interesting the way that this hand is played out. I'm actually not very sure the best approach here, because David can't really like this anymore with Yum Yum only having 1.4 behind and him having 10 high. And there's just no extra money to win if he hits this hand. So it's just a pure pot odds equity situation. So curious to see how this one plays out, actually. And this is going to probably be the last hand before break. Yeah, I'm actually really curious. This is a tough spot here for David.
Yeah, it was interesting. He looked over at Yum Yum's stack, checked it to him, and Yum Yum continued to bet.
I think I really would have liked a lead here, a lead jam here from David. Now he's just going to have to fold against aggression, but he's going to be able to get David to fold much better hands, ace highs, king highs, better draws. And if he does wake up with a queen or a jack and calls, and he's not even going to love it with a jack, but if he does call, he has so much equity where if you're checking and you have to call, now you have to make the best hand. But that's going to do it here for, what do we have, a 10-minute break?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to be on a little break. There's 700 almost of you guys tuning in right now. You guys got a few minutes to go put a pizza in the oven or grab a coffee or
beer.
Whatever you want to do. Go
walk your dog like I'm going to do.
Smoke a doob, whatever floats your boat. But Danny Marks and I are going to take a quick break ourselves and come back to you in just a bit and see this final 7 get down, fight for $200,000 at TCH Live.
Má thằng lòi thằng nào đéo đẩy, thằng này đẩy tao quất nó rồi. Nếu mà cây này mà lên thằng này đẩy là ông vàng.
Put an ace out there. Come on.
Gotta count it. Oh, sorry.
Wait, you know, I want you to do that. I'm sorry?
Of course.
575.
I'm happy to be lucky.
All right, we are back. Nice to wake up to Big Slick suited. Queen on the turn for Dylan. Definitely going to put something out here. Let's see what sizing it goes with. 2.8 in the pot. Goes with a little under half pot. Just going to take that one down. Yeah, cracking open a cold Coke Zero indeed. The break was a little bit shorter than we thought, but glad came back just in time to see the first hand there. Rockstar 1965 says, excellent tournament, very well ran by all, put in 2 bullets and busted 46th. How many bullets were put in by the remaining final table players? Not sure. That's a stat that we don't get. Might need to ask those players themselves, but I fired as well, did not make it to day 2. I was about 13 positions short of the money on the biggest flight there on Saturday night. Had a lot of fun though, and it was a very well run tournament by all the folks there at PokerAtlas. Back over here, David with a pretty suited 10-9. Just saw some of David's friends up at the bar. Shouting out David. He is from Arkansas. Shout out to Arkansas, home of the Razorbacks, where my niece is a Palm Squad girl. Go Haley. And go Razorbacks. David says, no thanks, I'm going to fold the 10-9 of spades. And may have an all-in. Graphics need to catch up for a second here. There we go. Yum Yum is all in with the King 8 of diamonds. Trying to put some pressure on the shorter stack. Duck over there does wake up with an ace. And a big smile on his face. Does he want to go with this one? He's asking for a count. Yum Yum does have him covered. Does have you covered. Waking up in the big blind with an ace. Tournament life is on the line here. Going to be in the small blind next hand, commit more money. Really thinking this one through. And he's going to let it go. Pick a better spot. Didn't think Yum Yum was getting out of line. Maybe thought he had a stronger ace. Didn't want to go with the ace-5 there. Gonna live and fight another day. J-Nick, what's going on? Definitely one of the best dealers in the house. Shout out.
Quick break there.
Yeah, very quick break, Danny. I barely made the first hand. I came in here and Brittany was already dealing out the cards. So quick break for these guys, and of course for Brittany. And we are back at it. We just had an all-in. Yum Yum put the big blind to the test.
Okay.
King 8 versus the big blind's ace-5. And ace-5 really thought about it and decided to let it.
Short those ace-5s, they have value. But you know, still that risk premium makes it so it's a lot tougher to call off than it is to go all in.
Mo is now all in.
Yeah, welcome J-Nick. Like you said, one of the best dealers around, one of the fastest dealers around as well. So it looks like, is it still 400K big blind then?
I think
after
so.
The break? Okay, so yeah, it's for 10 bigs under the gun for Mo. Another close spot here with ICM, but 7-handed. I do believe I like the jam. And then Brant is in a very difficult spot here. The problem with a hand like 4 is obviously, you know, you're not going to have a great equity against the under the gun jam, but he's just not going to have very many pairs, so you are going to be ahead a lot. And it is only 10 bigs, but the other thing is if you call and lose, it's going to handicap your playability on future hands, which is actually another concept that we haven't really talked about much is future game. And so that's one of the first competing concepts with ICM, which we mentioned is a flawed model, but it's the best model that we have. It doesn't take into consideration future game. And so you can't run out infinite game trees based on all the future scenarios. And so if you think you have a future edge in certain situations, you should take that into consideration as part of your strategy when deciding what to do.
Very nice. And if you saw, guys, the short stacks there that just showed up on the bottom of the screen, there are 3 players who are kind of in that danger zone in that 3 to 4 million kind of chip range. So they are going to be needing to make some moves here pretty quick.
Yeah, and we've been at the 400K level for a while too. So we're, the blinds are going to go up shortly, and it's really going to, force the action even more.
Yeah, the blinds are up to 250, 500K. It'll change on the screen here in just a second. So
Okay, that makes sense. And that makes the King
boom.
10 suited
And
jam.
we just spoke it into existence. There it is, 250,
Absolutely.
500.
Good work.
Good work.
That makes the jam all that much more clear, and Brandt's 4-4 hand that much more difficult. But even for 8 bigs, it's still a close spot there with the 4s. And I think I probably lean fold, especially against Mo, who's been playing very snug. So
There we go. Duck is going to raise it up, leave himself just a couple of chips behind, kind of like you mentioned before, Danny. Ace Queen raised to 2.9 million, leaves himself a couple of chips behind.
yeah, I do prefer to leave yourself a little bit more behind. One of the benefits of leaving more than 2.5 bigs is, well, in this case, I guess he only has, but yeah, never mind. In this case, it doesn't really matter, honestly.
Jam and a call.
You can't even fold, but if you're like maybe more like 10 bigs, 11 bigs, one of the benefits to leaving yourself 3 bigs is you actually have a full orbit of blinds to go through where you can then still win the big blind ante.
Queen.
So just a thought.
Great flop there for Duck. He's going to need to dodge running 3s or straight cards. Now he needs to dodge a 5. Safe. Ace Queen with a full double.
Yep, so continuing our theme of the short stack doubling up. And yeah, with this stack sizes now getting that much shorter, we're going to see a lot more of these ace-high confrontations.
Wait, I'm going to have a new nickname. It's going to be Dum Dum.
I'm definitely a fan of Yum Yum.
Yum Yum says he's going to rename himself Dum Dum.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably got wind of that hand that he folded earlier.
Oh, probably, yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. You know, poker's so hard. I like to make fun of myself all the time. A lot of players are a little hard on themselves, which can be counterproductive. So you want to make light of it. We're all going to make big mistakes at the final table, and we just got to keep playing our best. And overall, he's played very well. So, and even that hand, you know, very difficult spot. It's again, it's a little more difficult because we're biasing the hands. But he could have just as easily had queens, and we'd be calling him a genius right now.
Sure. So Mo just saw the other short stack get a full double. He's facing an under the gun raise from
Very good
AJR and folds the 7s.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, because you have no fold equity at that point, so you're going to have to win a showdown, and AJR's under the gun range is doing very well against 7s, you know, even if he's got the ace-jack, ace-queen, or whatever. But he's also going to have all those bigger pairs, and he's not really going to have lower pairs. He's not going to have the 6s, 5s. So, you know, really high-level play so far.
Probably the coolest compliment you're ever going to get right there from Simon W. Very, very well said. And, yeah, Danny is a humble man and deserves every bit of those words you just said. I know he's thanking you right now, but, yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, Simon. That's very nice of you.
Very nice.
You know, I've played poker for a long time, love the game. I still make tons of mistakes myself, but always trying to improve and at least think through the game. You know, I'm going to come to the wrong conclusion a lot, but it's, you know, it's always a fun thought exercise. So
Here we go. Brandt going to raise it up with a suited ace-9, and Mo going to come around this time for 1.1 with the king-queen. Go to a flop.
yeah, interesting Mo strategy here, short, just deciding to flat here instead of get it all in and realize his equity. Not a play I would make off of the stack size, but there could be some arguments, again, for conserving your stack just because how valuable it is to stay alive. But one of the issues that I would find with this is that if you get bluffed off your hand, it is very, very costly. And you're allowing for that to happen. And I really like the way that Brandt's playing this, going with the check, even though he was the opener, getting Mo to bluff with very little equity. Now the question is, yeah, do you just get it in? I think I would like to, either way, it doesn't really matter, but you could just call here and let him keep bluffing. But if you think he has any equity at all, getting him to fold it is pretty nice. But in this case, he had 4% equity, so
absolutely.
If he could see his hand, he would just call. But I think Brandt definitely maximized his value there by going for the check. That's another thing you'll notice from high-level players. We all learned one of the first exploits, if you will, or strategies we learned was how good it is to see bet in poker. Just taking down all that money, even with nothing, you're a lot harder to play against. But being able to be balanced and protecting your checking range in certain spots based on the board texture can just create so much extra value, and you could see that Brandt earned himself an extra 2 big blinds, which is quite a lot at this point through that check. So really excited to see these guys battle shorthanded. Probably after a couple more eliminations, we're going to start seeing a lot more bluffs once some of these big pay jumps are locked up, and people will really start going for it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we get down to 4 or 5 handed, if they all have in that 10 million range, how they're going to play at each other with such big money on the pay jumps.
Yeah, and now even the bigger stacks are starting to get shorter. So, I can't see the board, but I'm guessing the average stack is around 15 to 20 bigs. Love seeing these same hand matchups. Shows how important aggression is. Interesting 3-bet though against an under the gun open. I guess, what are they down to, 6-handed now? I guess that makes more sense. Under the gun's not really under the gun. It's more like the hijack at this point. So. Let's see what he does here, and then I see your Luke fellas. I'll get to that question here in a moment. Yeah, AJR has been pretty quiet lately, using that to his advantage here, trying to put some aggression back on, settle himself back up as a big stack. You can see how well he's playing, even though he had some tough hits going down from 21 million. He didn't punt it like a lot of players would. He's been playing very, very solid and earning himself extra chips on the side, and is right back in the mix.
Yeah, Duck realizing too that there's a player to his left with 1.8 million left in his stack.
Yeah, well, that's why you should probably just fold then pre-flop, but because people can start pressuring you. And then so there was a question about posturing. You want to generally, I don't have super strong opinions on it. I think that in general, the most important thing is to be balanced with how you present yourself at the table and how you act, so somebody can't get a read off of it. That being said, you want to be careful with your acting or over posturing. In my opinion, in my experience, when people posture too much, it's a very clear sign of strength. And so Brandt wasn't doing any posturing. He was just, he's a very quick player to begin with, but he was just, deciding what the best play was, and he went for it. So I don't think, he's not a person that'll posture, but you definitely want to be careful about that, and he's going to remain pretty balanced. I think when he's tanking, it's because he's got a big decision one way or the other. It's not going to give anything away, but you got to be really careful. Some of these players who have been playing a long time are very sharp when it comes to the live aspect of poker, and picking up that energy, those physical tells. And so that can really add a lot of win rate to people's games. So you definitely want to be cognizant of that when you're at the table. You've also heard me mention about table presence. A few of these guys have very good table presence, meaning that they're not giving away anything. They're presenting themselves strong, and they are in a position to pick up on other people's energies and physical tells. And so that's always something that, if I'm close on a decision one way or the other, generally I will use, the recent game tendencies to decide one way or the other. General game flow is what you'd call that.
Mo did take down one and get a full double up from his 1.8 million. So, he's one double up now away from being an average stack almost at this table. So
yeah, so that was about a 3.5 big blind jam, and generally you're just going to call 100% of your hands. But because of that ICM, you can actually start folding. I guess what do you have? 4-3.
3-4 offsuit.
So yeah, that's a very tough position to be in. If I was a little bit deeper, I might consider calling.
Yeah, being one of the other shorties at the table, no reason to.
But yeah, the problem is, if you call there, now you're in really big trouble, and you're going to lose that hand 70% of the time. So I actually, even though it seems a little crazy to fold for such a small jam, it might actually just be the correct play. Some of these micro stack decisions get very interesting as well, and I'm still trying to improve that portion of my game when it comes to ICM as well.
It's because you never have a micro stack, Danny. All right.
I wish. I wish. I'm known for my micro stack.
Yeah, I love to limp into day twos with a micro stack. That's always a winning strategy.
Okay. Chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair, baby.
Well, we appreciate that feedback, Simon. Definitely trying to, make sure you guys enjoy the stream. If you guys have any other feedback, we're all ears. And Dylan's pulling away a little bit. So when I was, when there was 2 tables left and I was playing with Dylan, he was the tournament chip leader, and he played incredibly solid, putting in some tough spots with some small 3-bets. And you could see, things weren't going his way early in this final table. He was very card dead, folded down to, medium short stack, but he's just been playing super solid this whole time, and he's one of the chip leaders, if not the chip leader at this point, and he can start opening up again, raising hands like this freely.
Yeah, so our short stack Mo is in the big blind here. Got 1 million chips already committed to this pod. And has to let it go with a 9-deuce off.
Yeah, something I noticed, a lot of players will either overestimate the physical tells or underestimate it, and you actually can pick up a lot of stuff. A lot of times, especially late in a tournament, you want to look at the players to act behind you. Sometimes they'll, indicate that they're folding or raising before it's even on them, and you can use that information to help. So that's like a very simple one. Otherwise, usually, again, I'll just try to use that to sway my decision one way or the other if it's very close, using recent game flow to make my decision. But that takes a lot of experience, so you want to be very careful understanding your own biases. A lot of players they think they know what's going on, but you're really just telling yourself a story to confirm whatever play you already wanted to make. And so, that brings me to another point. A very important skill in poker is to be very honest with yourself and your mindset, and be humble and always be willing to learn and to be wrong, because poker, again, is a very hard game.
Absolutely. And you can overvalue some of those live tells and some of those things too, and because you're thinking to yourself, why would a player do that? Well, because they're not you. They're different. We're all different creatures. We play hands differently. We're not robots, and that's why this game is so interesting. It's so much give and take throughout. So many things change. During a session, whether it's a tournament, long all day, 2-day, 3-day session, or a cash game.
Yeah, a lot of confirmation bias in poker, but in reality, there could be a lot of other factors at play. So
Yum Yum has now gotten down to a pretty short stack himself, 3.4 million. He's waking up with a pair, and he's going to get it all in.
So was this a open from Dylan and then a jam here from Yum Yum?
Yes, looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah, Dylan raised to 1.1.
Yeah, he's so short. You may just have to call off with the ace-9 here. you're not gonna love it, but yeah, I do think this is a standard play from both players. You know, he could even have you could even have him beat with like king queen and stuff like that. So you know, and this is a good position as well if he's got an under pair. So
here we go, an all-in moment. Ace 9 off versus the 2 6s of Yum Yum, one of the local and fan favorites of the stream tonight. Good luck to both players here.
yeah, if Dylan can win this, he's going to be in a very strong position here going into shorthanded play. Yum Yum looking to hold, stay alive for the double.
Pause while we get the graphics right. Get that overhead camera view for y'all. There we go. Jack 3-3.
Feels good so far. He's running diamonds, ace or a 9. Just an ace or a 9. And Yum Yum does it again.
Yeah.
He has been at risk probably more than anyone at this point. Having a lot of fun. Hopefully his blood pressure isn't too high, so a lot of stress for him for sure.
Little fist bump from his opponent, saying good hand. The sportsmanship is alive and well, although these guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this has been a battle. I mean, we are over 3 hours and almost 15 minutes in. We're on hand number 86. I mean, these guys have been battling.
And, you know, seeing that hand, it just goes to show you, you know, Mo left himself 3.5 bigs, and he could have earned himself an extra, what, $15,000?
Yep.
Through that. So, you know, that was another reason why that was a very tough spot for Yum Yum and not a clear jam because of those pay jumps. And so now with that double up, Mo's just going to have to go for it.
Absolutely.
And this is a great hand to do it with. Yeah, David's in an interesting spot here with players left to act behind. If he was in the big blind, this would be a clear call. But he does have to consider that. That being said, I think he's strong enough here.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
So David chooses to
wow,
rip it here.
Yum Yum could just take the chip lead here.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, interesting play there from David. I'm not sure the best play there. I probably would consider just doing that myself, but definitely unlucky to run into a better hand here behind.
Yeah, with such a short stack, getting it all in, ICM implications, I thought maybe he might flick in a call, hope another player might call.
Well, that's one of the issues. Well, yeah, that's true too. Like the collusion effect. One of the things with Ace 9 specifically is it does benefit from getting some better hands. Like Ace 10 might fold, even even Ace Queen's not in the best spot here. So it's weak and it's strong enough against Mo's range, but weak enough where getting that extra fold equity by going all in could matter, and we might even see that through a fold from Yum Yum. Right. But I don't expect him to fold. Although now that he just got a double, he might be, wanting to sit on his laurels here a little bit. But he also, another important factor is he has both players covered. So he can call, still lose this hand, and still get the pay jump.
And that's what I didn't necessarily understand about David's move. Not only Yum Yum, but the other player, AJR behind, both they have him covered. So he's potentially jammed into two people that could knock him out. A little dangerous, but he went with it. If he gets him to fold and wins the hand, we'll be patting him on the back saying great play. But
and it still might just be correct. I'm actually not sure. He does have the ace. It is really hard for players to wake up with something better behind.
Right.
I mean, there you go.
Ooh.
So if he just calls there, Yum Yum's definitely coming in. He's gonna hate to see this.
Yum Yum had one of each, a queen and an ace. Oof.
But hey, he can still get the pay jump here.
Still get the pay jump here.
And that's what's important. So,
all right.
Yeah, interesting spot. I think probably well played by David, and then Yum Yum's is even closer. I do think I'm getting it in there, because I'm covering them, but I'm just not sure.
And of course, big side pot there would have been between the two.
Yeah, nobody's busting here. All
Queen
right.
10, Mo's gonna hold.
Yeah, short stack keeps doubling up. David would have been eliminated there had Yum Yum called. But yeah, you don't want to be results oriented. You want to continue playing well.
fresh off of a big double up
Yeah,
himself.
so he's still in there. Still has 14 big blinds, which is plenty here, six-handed. Oh, seven-handed, I guess. Yeah, we're... yeah, Josh, I probably tend to call there as well, but you know, you can understand the difficult spot he's been going through. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of decisions. Decision fatigue is also a real thing as well.
Josh saying, fold the ace jack, call the ace queen. Damn it, yum yum.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you zag when you want to zig and zig when you want to zag.
Absolutely.
But that's just part of the game, and you know, it's a lot easier when we can see the cards for sure.
What's going on, Chase?
Yeah, Chase is another local tournament crusher here.
Yeah, love playing with Chase.
A lot of good results.
Not many people don't enjoy playing at the table with Chase. He's a fun guy. Well, Brittany's still spitting out fire, putting these players to the test.
Yeah, she's been going straight through with no pushes. So.
Well,
Thanks,
if you liked the queen 10 off, what are you going to do with the ace king of hearts?
Oh man, Mo, third hand in a row here, spins it up.
And now Yum Yum.
Oh, this is a lot easier of a spot. Yeah. And it's funny that butterfly effect,
isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
It's crazy.
Like, I mean, Mo could go from 3 bigs to almost chip lead here in 3 hands.
He had 1.8 million just a second ago. What a wild, wild game.
Yeah.
Hand number 88. Let's go, Brittany. He's like, why am I getting in all these flips? Mo is all in, so Yum Yum is not facing elimination. Mo's life is on the line again. Got the pretty ace-king suited.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I do think I would have called with ace-queen, because he did have them covered, but yeah, still not sure. But this is going to be a very important hand here, and it'd be really fun to see Mo spin all this up.
Here we go. Wow.
Oh, that's
jack.
the jack in the window. He's going to need a straight or running hearts here. Or a running full house. Nope, drawn dead.
GG's for
All
Mo.
right, good game. So he ends up getting it anyway. And Yum Yum right back in it too. He's also been up and down all day. Very fun to watch. Very animated, but understandably so.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
Mo was just inches away from having 13.6 million off of a $1.8 million jam a couple of hands ago. Just crazy, but what a great job for him. He's going to finish in, what, 7th place. And let's see what he's taking home here. $35,111 for Mo. Great job. He final tabled the first event of this series as well. Great job, Mr. Mo, and we will see you around at the tables here in Dallas. Good job.
And all the players are guaranteed a $42,000 payday at this point. Pretty nice chunk of change, yearly salary for some. So real big bucks are up for grabs at this point.
Brand's going to flop bottom pair and check it over to Dylan. I imagine Brand's going to continue here with a pair.
Yeah, and 6-handed with the average stack being so low, you know, this the skill is really going to take over, and we'll see how these players navigate.
Yeah, picks up some backdoor equity now with diamonds as well. Checks it over to Dylan again. See if Dylan takes the bait.
Yeah, with the overcard and turning the gutter, this is a decent candidate to continue bluffing with, in my opinion. I think we're going to get our opponent to fold a lot worse. We're obviously not trying to get him to fold a king and maybe not even a 10, but there's a lot of other draws and pairs like 5 where he'll probably get him off. This is a good example where Brant has all the equity but is probably going to have to fold. unless he's got a good feel for the situation.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier, just with that one extra elimination, now we're going to start seeing some more bluffing, some more aggression from these players.
Yeah, but you can see, Brandt is not a pushover. He's made real money 40K calls with hands like this. So he is trying to think this through. One of the things he's considering is the fact that Dylan is barreling for this size. He's no longer saying he's got jacks, queens, or ace 10. He is saying that he's got a strong king that he can get 3 streets of value from. And there's just not very many hands that can bet for value for this size. And I think Brandt realizes that and makes a really nice call. He probably also thinks that Dylan will shut it down if he is bluffing. And that's a really good card for him. Oh, and he's got the flush draw, so there you go. Yeah, that's actually something I missed, which is a huge factor, obviously.
Yeah, checks it over to him. 3 of diamonds would have been the dirtiest card that I had in my mind, but the 10 of diamonds will work for Brandt.
Yeah,
checks it over.
I think on these board pairs, I really like giving up. I would have continued. I think a jam would have been good on a lot of runouts, but I think this one might be one where he wants to give up. Yeah, nice give up. Still has a lot of chips. Really well played there from Brandt.
Nice pot there for Brandt, and Brandt is now going to be our chip leader with just under 20 million in chips.
Yeah,
We'll see
chip
in a
leader with
moment.
about 40 big, so still anyone's game.
Yeah, we'll see who the next closest one is. Yeah, Yum Yum right behind him with 15.4 million, waking up with an ace 10 of clubs.
Yeah, definitely the most active player, and he's had those hands in a lot of tough spots. So, navigating the best he can. Really fun to see him stay alive and chip up. 1.25 million chips every time you take down the blind.
That's fun to redraw on the turn.
That's I don't know how many total chips are in play, but that's got to be, approaching, 3 to 5% of all the chips left.
I'm glad I got there.
Yeah. It's one of your outs.
Was I ahead?
What's that?
Was I ahead?
Oh, that's
I got 2 secrets.
I think if you don't hit it, win the pot. Let's say that. I'll refocus, not saying that.
That's funny. Dylan's telling him if you don't hit that flush, I think I win the pot. And he may have.
Yeah, I think the combination of the board paired and the diamond makes his hand a good give up. But yeah, I think Dylan actually played that hand really well and knows that he can barrel a lot of runouts. So
Some good info there from JB3. He says everyone but Duck and Yum Yum have held the chip lead at one point.
yeah, that's always actually a really fun stat.
Yeah, Duck has really been the one navigating that short stack the majority of the final table here. Kid is a survivor.
Yep, and you can see Brandt shorthanded now is going to turn on the pressure. Gets AJR to fold a better hand. Leading with the chip lead. This is, I did expect after one more elimination for the chip lead, or even any big stack to try to start making some moves to try to establish themselves as a clear favorite. One of the benefits of that is you're going to be able to pressure all those marginal spots a lot more and earn yourself some additional free chips.
All right, waking up with another nice hand here, a couple of 7s.
Oh, the hand of the tournament. This is an easy jam here for David. And for 8 bigs after raising 2 already, I do believe Brant will likely call.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Mitch's favorite hand. Shout out to Mitch Lloyd, the pocket tens. All in here for Arkansas Dave. That's what his buddies told me. He's from Arkansas. So
Brant's from Arkansas.
Brant as well. We got a couple of Battle of the Arkansasians, if that's a word.
Arkansasians.
Arkansasians. Here we go.
So I was actually in for 2 bullets in this tournament, and Brant actually got my first bullet. He busted me aces versus ace king. So.
10 ball.
It's drawn dead on the river.
Nice hand there, and a full double for David.
Yeah, once again, and that's actually pretty common at the final table because of the risk premium. The short stacks on average are going to have equity advantages when they get all in, but we've seen like 6 or 7 plus short stacks double, which has been pretty surprising. Maybe even more.
Somewhere around 67 million in chips. Elvis Dang joining the chat, saying, "Let's go, David." Excited after a big double up. Here's Yum Yum with the jacks again. Brant opens it up to 1.1. These are 2 of our big stacks here on a collision course.
Yeah, always interesting when the 2 chip leaders collide here.
Three bets to 3.5.
Yeah, so he 3-bets to 7 big blinds, which seems pretty appropriate. I do like this sizing here. Oh, I guess he's in position. I would have gone probably a little bit smaller, 5.5 to 6. I thought he was in the blinds, but either way, takes it down. Nice hand from Yum Yum, and that might give him the chip lead at this point.
So Doug, we can tell, is still our shorty. Gonna need to make a move here pretty soon. He's in the big blind this hand.
Yeah, so now Duck is the only one who hasn't had the chip lead, if Yum Yum just took it over. Oh, there it is, the 10s. Oh, and Brant with the queens. Oh man, this is going to be an interesting one. He does decide to 3-bet the 10s. Oh my gosh. Oh, this could be a big one. It's actually going to save Yum Yum. I'm all in. I think Yum Yum got really lucky here. Oh my gosh. Look at these hands.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Duck? You've been sitting around waiting
You've
for a hand.
got 4 big blinds here, but in this spot, and this is an example, so you actually, even for 4 bigs, you might just fold here because you're going to get a pay jump a lot of the time if these guys clash. So
you're dead on.
And doubling up, tripling up is just not that valuable. So really good fold. A lot of players, they're like, oh, I have 4 bigs. How can I fold ace jack? Yeah. But in reality, this is the dream spot. These other players clashing, and even Brant probably feels a little awkward about this. But with Dylan having 20 bigs, he is gonna likely have to go with it. But it's not a slam dunk. Yeah. He is going to go with it, obviously, and then Yum Yum actually has an easy fold now.
Gross, gross, gross.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of a hand funeral, but he knows it's a fold. He's just
10,
had a lot of tough spots.
Look at the comments just blowing up.
Yeah, and so, Duck could get another huge pay jump here if Brant can eliminate Dylan.
Can't say there's no action this time.
Brant looking cool, calm, and collected. Got a couple of ladies in the hole, hoping they hold. Good fold, Yum Yum.
10 in the window. No, just kidding.
And this is a battle we've now had 3 times.
Yeah, all the big hands, kings versus or queens versus king. That's why they call it the classic.
He said queens.
Yeah, we all knew Yum Yum would fold. He was just having a little bit of a hand funeral there. Can't blame him. He's had a tough, stressful day. Yeah, I agree. That was probably a clear-cut fold, but you know, you want to take your time when you're at such a big final table with playing for such big money.
I was going to call you if we folded.
And we see that one of the aces is gone. A few of the hearts are gone as well. So Dylan is going to need some help. And Duck is screaming for a queen in his head. He gets this pay jump.
Yeah, you saw it, right? So you got confirmation.
That's one of the best feelings when you're the short stack and you see all these big stacks clashing. You gain real money EV through it.
All right, D don't play says I got Dylan. Getting the graphics right real quick. We know Yum Yum's already folded. There we go. Here we go to a flop.
Oh, there's the 10 in the window.
10 in the window.
Oh, he would have knocked them both out,
Yeah,
right?
knocked them both out.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that's like a killer cup fold.
Queen, ace, or king.
Can't be results oriented.
There you go.
Yeah, no guts, no glory.
What a hand for Brant.
Yeah, and with that hand, Brant takes a dominant chip lead for the first time in the tournament, and Duck gets a pay jump off of 4 bigs.
With ace jack full, ace jack offsuit with 4 big blinds and gets a pay jump. Dylan is eliminated, but good showing. Dylan battled the whole tournament. I was really impressed with him. He's going to take home $42,480 for his time these last couple weeks here. Main event, PokerAtlas Tour. Congratulations to Dylan. And just like that, pay jump to $52,000 for everybody left in this tournament.
Yeah, so we are playing for the big bucks at this point.
And now Duck says, just let me get my chips in. I don't care. I got 52K coming.
Yeah, so at this point, he is such an overwhelming short stack that he is going to be forced to gamble very soon. He will expect him to be all in within an orbit.
Yeah, he said I folded ace jack, jack on the flop. And he wakes up with dust and folds.
All right, we're down to 3. We're going to have a drink, okay? 1 beer.
Beer level.
Beer level.
It's because the break is because you have to pee. I do want to have a beer.
You know what?
Brant is considering, so yeah, Brant is a really strong player. He knows he can win pops because even with a weak hand, his opponent's going to have to be so careful with a 4 big blind stack that's not in the hand. So it would be a disaster for AJR to get eliminated with such a short stack. And so Brant realizes he's going to be able to realize his equity better, he's going to be able to pressure better, bluff more. And so I really like that defend here from Brant with the chip lead. And I'm curious to see if he decides to get aggressive with it. I think if he missed, he probably would have, but he flopped so strong that he can just continue.
No dime in his hand. It's a great turn there for AJR. Ace and a queen of diamonds in his hand.
And I think with this board texture, Brant will probably have to get out of the way. But, you know, he had a lot of opportunities here to win this pot and to get AJR off. And now I expect Brant to fold. Unless he's getting really spicy with it and really wants to put him to the test. But it just so happens AJR has one of the hands that is incredibly strong in this spot. But he's considering it. I think without a diamond, you might just want to get out of the way. Yeah, you saw him glance over at Duck's stack. So he might just go ahead and rip it in his face.
Wow, gonna make the call here with just a pair of 6s. Oh, bad card there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the call. It's just, you know, playing out of position here. If we're going to continue on that specific turn card, we might need to get aggressive with it. I don't think AJR, knowing that there's a short stack, is going to just be recklessly barreling. But yeah, definitely an interesting spot, and Brant had some options. Hard to flop a pair.
Kind of like Britton said, 3.3.
Yeah, AJR going for a little bit of value here with the second nuts. Well, not technically, but effectively. There are straight flushes as well.
Yeah, here come all the folks in the chat. There's a straight flush out there.
Let's go, round of Michelob Ultra. Come on, what's one beer? I ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, really bad run out there for
Brant.
Brant.
He said, I don't believe you.
Yeah, I mean, clearly with that turn call, he didn't believe him.
Look at that. These players all know they're getting 52,000 plus. It's time for a beer. Shout out to a couple of friends in the chat I just saw. Grayson, Norwood out there, and Chase Preston. Hope you guys are out there playing and running up your stacks.
They only have Michelob.
Yeah, normally here at TCH Dallas, we do have complimentary beer. We have beer on tap 7 days a week, usually Dos Equis and Michelob Ultra. We have ladies' night on Thursday. We normally have some wine for the ladies on Thursday. Of course, gents can drink the wine as well. And, of course, coffee and a whole slew of non-alcoholic beverages as well. AJR in the cutoff, going to open it up with king-queen offsuit. And Brant waking up with sevens again.
Yeah, David could consider seeing a flop here with this type of hand. It's not going to interact too much with the opponent's ranges, so if he does flop very strong, he'll have clear continues post flop. But it can get, that being said, it can get dicey in a spot like this, multi-way. And again, with that 4 big blind stack sitting there, you really don't want to be taking those chances. So I wouldn't have minded a fold either.
And dicey it gets, right?
Yeah.
Top pair for AJR.
Yeah, and so like now at this point, David doesn't want to go anywhere, but you can't really get too aggressive with it because, there's a lot of risk involved. So, if this was early in the tournament, I would prefer starting to raise. But at this point, I think we need to just call and try to realize our equity and give us ourselves a chance to get away if we miss because of that 4 big blind stack sitting in the wind. But normally this would be such a really great spot to raise. But those added incentives make this a lot tougher. And he's getting pretty short himself too, and he's got to wonder if he can even see a river. And so I don't even mind that because
discipline laydown, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So that might seem crazy to some of you watching, but in reality, he's not likely going to be able to see all 5 cards anyway. So he's calling just to hit it on the turn. And you're just multi-way, not in a great spot. That being said, that might be a reason why maybe he should have just folded pre-flop unless he's heads up, because it is going to be so hard to realize your equity against the 2 chip leaders out of position. But nonetheless, if he's navigating that well post, he can trust himself. But he definitely wants Duck to get out of there. If Duck was already eliminated, I would have expected him to go all in there, try to get some fold equity, and realize his equity.
Yeah, just a little too much of his stack there at that point to just continue to draw. If he bricks, now what does he do?
And I think Yum Yum here should be putting in a ton of pressure on David with a short stack behind. I think, especially with a hand like this, you just want to get it in. You're just going to take it down almost every time. Good raise. David's going to have to fold.
Sorry?
Yeah, duly noted, guys. I think making that call there can be justifiable, but what do you do when you brick? And now you're getting close to the short stack at the table, so.
Yeah, you're also out of position. You might. It's not clear that you'll be able to actually win any money if you do hit. You could also hit and make a second best hand against better flush draws. And when you're multi-way there, yeah, and Joe, that's a good point. You know, there can be arguments for just folding. You want to be very tight when defending the big blind multi-way in these very high risk premium spots. And so I think that's something that a lot of players actually don't do very well at final tables, even very strong professionals, which I've been trying to force myself to be a little bit more disciplined because I'm so used to defending the big blind very wide. But you really have to consider all the variables.
Yeah, and if the stack sizes are accurate now, Duck is going to have almost all of his stack in right now. He's got $1 million in chips in and maybe $1 million behind.
Yeah, he's got half of his stack in the pot right now, so he's going to be all in with any 2 cards most likely, unless there's multiple all-ins in front of him. And so yeah, and it's interesting here from David, like, if you open and a player behind can just jam with any 2 and force you to fold, I'd almost want to just, I don't know if you want to go all in though, because then, the risk reward isn't really there. So this is actually not as clear of a spot as it might seem straight up. I'm probably going to VPip, but I wonder if you want to actually just get it all in so nobody can re-raise you off of it. Very interesting spot. Interesting. Okay, then that might be another correct play again. I am still trying to learn about the proper limping strategies in these spots. But, if Yum Yum wants, he can really make David's life miserable right now through a raise. Yeah, and so that's like, I think that's really well played there from Yum Yum.
What's going on, Brad? Mr. Kogel in the chat. Did some commentary with me on the last cash stream we did.
Yeah, and yeah, Duck with 1.5 bigs behind here. The thing is, like, if he thinks David will bust this hand, like, you should fold, but I don't think David would let himself bust.
And I think this is a standard. We're going to let the player tank, all right? Let him drink his beer. He just now got the beer. Let
Clock,
him.
Clock. Can I call Clock from the booth?
They're already calling the clock on him. Oh my lord! Yeah. Evidently, we've been saying his name wrong. It's Duke.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Duke.
We're going to have to call him Duke from now on.
I apologize. Well, I think this is a pretty clear call in my opinion. The nice thing is you got that extra blind in there from David, so you'll actually like quadruple up if you win this hand, and your cards are very likely to be live.
And we got 731 people watching right now, tuned in. This is awesome.
Oh my gosh. I think the problem here with folding is now you're just not giving yourself a chance to win the tournament. I think that's too tight. But he wants to hang around a little bit longer. Maybe he thought David would have had a chance to bust that hand. But now even if he doubles, he's not going to increase his stack enough where you just have to gamble at that point, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Hope you guys have enjoyed this as much as Danny and I have tonight. We got Bluey in here with us. Cooper and Taylor doing a great job over there with the commentary. Tournament directors, everybody to put this together, man. It's just been a blast. Smash that like button if you will.
Yeah, but I mean, this is so complicated. Like, I have obviously my opinions on a lot of these spots, but most of them, I even mentioned, I don't know. They're so interesting. So it'll be fun to review some of these spots. Yeah, I think if you're going in with the 8-7, you should have just you gave up so many bigs in that last hand.
Here we go. He's going to get it all in with the 8-7 against 2 opponents.
Yeah, and so again, this is a game theory collusion effect where both players are incentivized to try to bust the third player. There could be an argument for Brandt to actually raise pre-flop to try to get AJR out of there. One of the arguments would be if he can keep the short stack alive, he can continue bullying the table and force max pressure on them. So I think 8 deuce is probably a little too weak, but that is something that a lot of players will do.
Got a little hope here. Needs an 8 or a 7 on the river. Oh, another 10 there for AJR. Great
Good
job.
game.
Yeah, good game, Duke. Sorry we butchered your name for the first.
I'll say it a lot. Duke. Really well played, buddy. Quite a bit of pocket change to go with that beer.
There you go. Going to be our 5th place finisher for $52,850. That's 5th place out of 1,670 entries. At $900 a pop. So congratulations to Mr. Duke there. I know he had a lot of friends cheering him on in the chat.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you guys are going to let him celebrate not asking for money now that he's got a new $52K in his pocket. Let him celebrate a little bit before you start asking for rent money. Great job, Duke.
65K guaranteed. Big pay jumps coming up.
Yeah, big pay jumps. That's right.
Yeah, back to that last strategy point. One of the fun things, if you're chip leader and you're just being able to run over like a bubble situation, like a money bubble, and then let's say you're the small blind and the big blind has 1.5 bigs behind, a really intelligent player might actually fold and give that player the walk, even though you should technically go with any 2, so he can keep on punishing everybody else on the bubble who has to wait for that player to bust. So there's a lot of interesting dynamics that come into play with tournaments that you might not think about in a normal cash game.
That is an awesome strategy that I actually hadn't heard anybody else mention before, Danny. So that was really refreshing to hear something brand new. I mean, you think about that. A shorty at the table, everybody's gunning for him or waiting it out for that guy to bust. And if you got a big stack and continue to force those players to fold all of their marginal holdings, even their ace rags, you're going to just continue to steal money from them. And once you do knock out that short stack, now you've just got so many chips. So yeah, that's a great strategy. Love to be in that position one of these days with a big stack like that. But yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, we're still figuring out how these tournament final tables are supposed to be played. Again, I mentioned it earlier in the stream. ICM is not correct. We do know that much. All we know is that we think it's the best model that we have currently, but that's until something better comes along. And so, no, there's a lot of room for improvement. A lot of players are very closed-minded with this kind of stuff, and they'll just assume a play is right or wrong. And sometimes that is the case, but there's a lot of room for learning and advancing, evolving our strategies. Yeah, Skinny was a really good example where I got to punish in the high roller for 2 hours straight on the bubble, keeping those short stacks alive, but it was to no avail, unfortunately, as ended up finishing in 6th.
See, that goes check on that turn, and just like that,
wow,
AJR gets the free ace.
Unlucky run out there.
The ace from space.
Curious if he goes for value or decides to check it back. That's what you get, Skinny. Yeah, he knocked my girlfriend out earlier in the tournament, so I had to punish him on the bubble a little bit. You bastards!
Yum Yum's like, did I really let him catch a damn ace?
Yeah, tough spot here. Really interesting sizing from AJR. Looks very bluffy, which is probably what he's going for here. He probably assumes Yum Yum has a hand like he does with the king. One of the things I'd be concerned about is like a suited ace, or just like the naked ace of hearts, which is going to be beating you.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So it might be a little bit dicey, but I think he's probably knows what he's doing here. I think this is actually a really good value bet. They are four-handed at this point as well. Tony says, sick brag. I was actually talking about Bluey, my puppy. That's my girlfriend. Little princess.
She's also picked up poker.
Yeah. She's quite the poker player herself. She actually has a couple final tables under her belt.
Tony also mentioned in the chat just a little bit ago that you've been giving up way too much value with your information
Well,
here tonight, Danny.
Joke's on you. Everything I'm saying is false.
Yep. He's doing a little reverse psychology on us. He's bluffing.
I'm sure at least some of the things I've been saying are wrong too. So again, these are all just my opinion and me trying to think about the game. But this game is way too complicated for me to know what I'm talking about. So
looks like we're going to color up some chips and we're going to go big here. I'm going to take this opportunity while they're doing that to remind y'all of the next big
Seems
thing.
a little unnecessary, by the way. I don't know why they're coloring up. But anyway, so
I
go ahead.
don't either. So TCH is going to be putting together a new tournament series of their own. Of course, we have 6 clubs throughout Texas. It's going to start off at the new TCH Social a month and a half from now, October 16th. It's going to be called the Trailblazer, I guess, Poker Tour. $2 million in guarantees, and that first stop is going to be, like I said, at the TCH Social, new location, October 16th through the 28th. So get that in your calendars. If you've enjoyed this tournament and you want a shot at another big tournament cash prize like we're seeing tonight, get your booties down to Austin in mid to late October and run it up.
So one of my favorite things about a new poker room, and I'm sure some of you are going to agree with me, is new chips.
Yes.
I love brand new poker chips. You know, you shuffle them, there's no gunk on them, and it's such a great feeling. I love some
There's
brand
none
new
of that
poker
black
chips.
soot that you never know what that is.
Yep.
I remember early in my poker playing, when Poker Player Magazine was still a big thing, and you would see one of those and a copy of those in every single poker room you went into. I read one of the articles about what exactly is on the poker chips, and it was just like, I don't ever want to.
Well, yeah, you look at the bacteria on your phone or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like
Anything and everything.
dirtier than like a toilet seat.
Yeah, anything and everything you can think of, it's on a poker chip. All right, that was a quick color up. We're back to the action here. Yum Yum with an ace.
Oh, and the blinds are up again. So 300, 600. Our short stack has, I believe, about 9 big blinds with 5 million. So
yeah, 4.8 or 4.9, something like that is what he had.
I think
maybe?
it was like 5.4
Was it?
is
Okay.
what I thought, but I could be wrong. It's maybe he also just paid the blinds and went down lower.
Yum Yum's going to take that one down.
But yeah, four-handed play, aggression can really pay off here if people want to make some well-timed moves.
Here we go. David is going to be under the gun, our short stack. Thank you, Michael Ramirez. Really appreciate it.
I mean, it's probably accurate.
Yeah.
So finally somebody's being honest in the chat. All right, well, Rebecca says the opposite. I don't know who to believe anymore.
I'm always going to
I more likely believe Michael Ramirez. Well, yeah, Rebecca herself, though, I have to believe her, but Michael's probably right.
Oh, maybe he was talking about the commentators in Austin. Not us. Either way, be nice.
Yeah, Tony, I agree. That was one of the best reasons to go play that first year. Those brand new chips.
King 6-6. How about it?
Oh, this is a spot right here. But they are first and second in chips, so they're both going to have to proceed with a little bit of caution, or at least AJR here. I think he's got a perfect in-between bluff catcher candidate where you want to be going for check calls here to let Brant try to bluff it off. I think playing your hand aggressively is going to allow Brant to get off too easily with his weak hands. And you're just ahead of it. You're so far ahead of everything that you have nothing to protect against. There's no draws out there. So I really like the way that AJR is approaching this hand through the check call line. A lot of players just see top pair on a king 6-6 four-handed and they just go crazy with it.
Just go ape, yeah.
But this allows, Brant's going to have so many bluffs here and worse hands. And if you start putting on the pressure, he's going to be able to continue with only better. It's already starting to get a little stressful, but obviously you're still going to have to call here on the turn. I'm very curious to see what Brant's sizing is going to be here on the river. Really unlucky hand. And it's also a blind versus blind, so yeah. See what sizing he goes for. Another option is potentially to block small to try to create your own price. But Brandt is a player who might raise that with a bluff. I still prefer going for the check call line. Depending on the size, it's possible we just want to check fold if Brandt goes big enough.
Yeah, and if you're targeting a king here, you got to go pretty big, don't you?
Yeah, and so I do think Brandt is going to figure out where AJR is at in this hand. The fact that he's called 2 big bets here, he is probably putting him pretty strong. So I like going for a solid value size, not too big where you give him a chance to make a hero fold, but something along this line, 5 million, where AJ, you want to make him indifferent to his decision, where he doesn't know what he should be doing. That's kind of one of the keys to poker strategy, is to create a point of indifference for your opponent, and that makes our opponent's lives difficult.
You just said, I guess you've got to have a 6.
Yeah, and it is blind versus blind, so he can easily have a 6. You know, AJR is clearly incredibly bright, strong at this game, has a good idea where he's at, and at this point, it's a very difficult bluff catcher. But can't really go anywhere, and Brandt here is going to take the huge chip lead with that hand.
Huge chip lead, almost 33 million in chips now for Brandt.
Yeah, and yeah, he was one of my picks as favorite to win this tournament at the start of the final table. He just has so much experience. The stakes are not going to get to him. He's played cash game pots for bigger than this 4th place payout, so.
All right, David now waking up in the big blind. 5.4 left in his stack. He's got to put 1.2 million of it in the pot already.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with AJR's play so far. Clearly a very strong player. And he busted me, so you always got to cheer for the player that busts you, right? It's like, oh, I lost to the winner. Actually, I also busted to Brandt on my other bullet. So I have 2 bullets. Both of my busts are still alive.
Key to winning tournaments,
That's
bust
right.
Danny Marks. Get him out of there so you have a chance.
Oh, no, not that. But they did get my lucky chips. I just run so good that, oh.
Now, does this surprise you?
I think he is using, he thinks that he's just going to fold everything because of the short stack with the pay jump. And you can see the fact that AJR has not snapped just shows how valuable this play is. Like, if he's only snapping with Kings Plus, you know, this play is just printing by Brandt. But I do think AJR is too strong here, but very, very interesting.
Could this be an example of what you mentioned earlier?
Exactly.
Put pressure on the other, you know, larger stacks, and don't worry about that other small stack there.
Now I feel like I'm.
Yeah,
I thought you had cards. I'm sorry. Yeah, I call.
Yeah, he didn't know it was on him. He says, I call.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's definitely too high up to call.
Huge pot here.
But Brandt was using his blockers and the fact that David is so short. It's just very unlucky timing here to run into it. But even so, like the fact that he's still a 17 million, so he's just not risking very much to make this play, and it's just going to work almost every time. And David obviously is loving this.
Yeah.
If Brandt can hit a king, David has just earned 20,000 plus in real money just by folding.
Inside joke. You were there. Sure, with the ace.
Yeah, and I mean, AJR folds almost every hand.
Almost everything, yeah. And so, you know, Yum Yum and David are going to be cheering for a king right now in their head.
Here we go. 7, deuce, deuce. Safe so far for the ladies. Diamond. Nobody has a diamond. Jack. Ooh, scary. But full double up there. Don't blame Brandt there for that aggressive line that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Trying to get players to fold any sort of hand they might be opening with, just putting pressure on them, being the bully at the table. Just happened to backfire as AJR there wakes up with 2 queens. What a hand.
Yeah, it's possible he was just going to rip any 2 there, honestly. But, you know, King Jack has good blocker properties, four-handed as well.
J-Nick
And-
asked that question about a minute and a half ago, so Danny's answer was still going to be Brant. I'm going to cheat now that AJR got the full double up and say that he's my favorite.
And that's definitely my other pick. You know, I have the least experience with him, but just from what I've seen, I'm very impressed with his play. He's clearly been in this position before and knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's going to use it now, too, now that he's got the chips.
Yeah, and Brant's pretty frustrated, understandably, but, you know, you just have to reevaluate. And, you know, Tommy Angelo, one of the original mental coaches for poker, he says that every time the decision is on you is an opportunity for you to make the best possible play. And that's how you approach poker. Things are going to go poorly for you at times, and just being able to stay mentally strong and just try to do the best you can with each decision as the variables change.
All right. Four-handed, both players flopping a pair and backdoor club draws.
And David's like, somebody bust.
David's buddies are like, just keep folding, baby. We got this.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think David's got about 5 or 6 big blinds. So, you know, still could spin it up.
We needed that club right there on the turn.
Yeah, I like that check back there from AJR. This is a 2-street value hand. You're either way ahead or way behind. Not really trying to protect for much. It allows your opponents to bluff into you on the river or get some thin value where your opponent is less likely to believe you. So I really like the way that he approached this hand as well. I think if he barrels, he either has to be stronger or weaker. This is one of those in between.
The lovely Miss Mallory Poker, who puts together our Tuesday night live streams, suggesting the poker ecosystem in Dallas would love Brant or Yum Yum to win.
Yeah, love Mallory. She is always beaming with positivity and energy. Love her smile. You know, a staple here in Dallas. And also, I want to give a shout out to Mallory. She got second place in the ladies event here at the Poker Atlas. She has been working on her game a lot as well. You love to see her do well. Congratulations, Mallory. Would have loved to see you get that trophy, but second place is nothing to scoff at. Really nice value bet here from AGR. Puts Yum Yum in a difficult position. Again, that check back on the turn might get him paid here on the river. Tough spot. You know, short-handed, especially he expects AJR to start opening very wide. He does not have to have an ace here.
Good fold, good fold.
Hey, Brant, sorry about that, by the way. I really did think that he had, yeah. I believe you.
Oh, the slow roll.
He was not slow rolling queens.
I would never.
If it were aces, maybe, but queens?
Yeah.
Just call it way faster.
Yeah, queens is just too high up there to fold, for sure.
All right, David excited. He's going to get a couple of free hands here.
Oh, even better. He Mallory chopped.
First place, yeah.
Yeah.
Just didn't get the trophy.
Mallory, when are you gonna? You should let me put the lineup together for Tuesday. You get in there.
Yeah.
We'll switch places.
Yeah, you got that fresh prize money.
Yeah, take all this money from Brant.
Get in there, battle against JD and Danny and all the big boys.
Yeah, that's such a fun game. The Tuesday lineup, been playing that since the stream first started. Always a pleasure.
Hard to flop a pair again. AJR is going to come along as he's got second pair here.
I was really surprised to see Yum Yum stab at this pot into the chip leader with David being so short. I think this is really, really risky. and AJR can just put pressure on him if he has a weaker hand, and with a hand as strong as a 7, you know, he can really hurt Yum Yum. But I guess he assumes that Yum Yum will not be doing that, and so he thinks he's incredibly strong there. Doesn't want to risk it. But yeah, Yum Yum's got some heart here, going for the no equity bluff in a spot like that. You just don't see that very often, but you know, that's kind of how he's here right now. That's how champions are made. Again, you know, the person willing to break the equilibrium and go for it can earn a lot of equity. Ooh. Mallory spent her winnings on a Tempur-Pedic. I got one of those too. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, you got to take care of that body first. What's going on, Phony Turgeson? Thank you for always joining us. Staple in our chat. Brant with the dirty diaper, and David with nothing to battle with. Yum Yum takes that one down. Oh, here we go. David's going to need to get going pretty quickly.
Yeah, so he's probably going to be forced all in at this point, where he's got enough in there. Well, he'll go with most of his hands. I'm not sure exactly how much he has, but at this point, he will probably be all in this hand. AJR with the standard open here on the button with 7s.
34 million in chips.
There was a chance that I'm actually really surprised to see him fold that 10-6 suited. Let's see, how much did he have? Yeah, 4 bigs behind. I guess, yeah, so he started the hand with 6, put 2 in there. I still think that's probably a hand you want to go with, considering second and third are so far out ahead of you. But I could very well be wrong about that too, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is just impressive. AJR has half of the chips in play.
And he got rewarded for, he got a much better hand to go with, and he's actually going to have equity advantage here.
That's right, David getting it in, 2.7 million. Yum Yum makes the call.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess he had a little bit more than I thought. So he had, yeah, 4.5 behind.
Yeah.
So he started the last hand with 6.5. Yeah, you're definitely not forced all in at that point, but very close. Maybe 10-7, 10-8 suited he goes with.
Oh, king ball. Need some diamonds or a 4 or an ace.
Yeah, you got out there. Diamond? Yeah.
There's a diamond.
Yeah.
Any diamond.
4, ace.
Any 4, any ace. Can David from Arkansas pull it out? Yes, he can.
Oh my gosh.
The
this
ace
is wild.
from space.
It is. You can't get eliminated in this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually, J-Nick, there's over 700 of us in here, so definitely hit that like button.
Yep.
You know, we love bringing you these streams, want to be able to keep doing it. Really helps the algorithm, helps us.
Yeah, 645 watching via the YouTube stream, and then the other 80 or so folks.
So that's 726.
Yeah, coming
total.
along with
Okay.
Kick and Twitch and X and whatever else they've got going. And TCH does have another live stream going tonight as well. So we've got this many viewers with an Austin cash game stream, I think, going tonight. So really excited to have y'all. No, I'm sorry. It's the 300K guarantees tonight. We got two final tables going.
2 TCH final tables.
Heck yeah.
1.6 million total prize pool.
Things are going well for the TCH brand. Gavin, this tournament here is in Dallas, Texas, at the TCH Dallas location. And then the other tournament that's going on right now is at TCH Social, the new location in Austin. No, Jonathan, we get no bonus, unfortunately. But smash that sucker anyway. We want more views. We want to keep bringing you good content.
Helps us stay around if we know you guys like it. Skinny asks what the next big tournament we're playing is. Honestly, I think this is the last one for a while. I really need to focus on some other areas of life. I think that for me, it's probably going to be the next Choctaw main event, which is probably October. And then after that is the WPT Championship in December at the Wynn, which is one of my other favorite places to play other than TCH.
Heck yeah. And of course, another TCH series, big series coming up next month in October, the Trailblazer series in Austin.
Yeah, I won't be able to travel to that, but I definitely would have loved to play there at Austin in the new room. So I'll let somebody else win that one.
So kind, so kind.
One day I'll make the trip down there.
Gavin, where are you playing? Where are you currently playing, living? Where is all your poker going on? I see that you want to come take a trip to Texas. We have people coming in from all over the world to come play poker in Texas. Obviously we're not the only brand here in Texas, but there are cash games galore, and TCH is the cream of the crop. You can find a TCH room almost all across the state. We've got South Texas all the way down the Rio Grande Valley. We've got two down in the Houston area, one in Austin, and two up here in DFW. We could always continue to grow. I'm sure that's in the cards as well, but come on down to Texas.
Yeah, David's really picking his spots well. Definitely not getting impatient like I would have at his stack depth, and he's showing how it's done.
Jonathan Cho saying they split a $400 PLO tourney last night between 4 players. Congratulations.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I would have loved to, if I had some more time to play poker, I've always wanted to play some more mixed games.
Here we go.
Yep.
All in moment.
Pretty standard spot here.
The Jack 9 of clubs versus the Ace 8 offsuit.
See if David could hold again. Big spot here. He'll actually take over third place if he can hold. Ooh.
Wow, it's an ace.
Straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Oh, 10 on 10 only. Really rough series of hands here for Brandt. But also, conversely, really well played by David to really find some good spots here to double up twice to get himself back in it. And just like that, he's, 13 bigs.
Absolutely.
14, 15 bigs.
Yeah, they just can't get rid of him.
I know, even more than that, it's 600K. So yeah, he's got 17 bigs.
I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, now Brand is finding himself on the short end. He still has 15 bigs, doesn't have to panic. And yeah, he's going to take a breather.
Yeah, good discipline, like regroup.
Yeah. I'm actually a little surprised he folded that, but at the same time, just like you said, regrouping. That's something that I do a lot. Tighten up a little bit if I need to regain my composure. But yeah, the fact that he's the shortest, I think I would probably open that hand. And just like that, Brandt went from chip lead to short stack. Although, even though he's short, maybe that is a reason to fold. The fact that him, Yum Yum, and David are all so close in chips that there's more incentive to outweight for pay jumps. But I could see an argument either way for that.
Kind of a small bet there, just stack size wise for AJR. He folds a double gutter there. Had the Jack 8, so any 6 or I guess it was a 10 would have given him a straight.
Pretty surprising there in position.
Yeah, in position, man.
Yeah, he's been giving Yum Yum a lot of credit here, and Yum Yum's been taking advantage of that.
Yeah.
To chip up here and win a lot of these orphan pots. But you can see how tight David and Brandt are playing. They probably also both realize how aggressive and active Yum Yum is, and maybe they think that they can outweight him. But at this point now, they're all deep enough where there's actually a little bit of play and a little bit of room to maneuver post-flop. So everybody's over 15 bigs, except for Brandt now after posting the blinds. And he's down to about 13.
Yeah, good folds there. Joe96 in the chat saying Brandt is a good player and he likes his style. Definitely. Of course, we've heard Danny mention about some of his tournament success and about some of the big cash games he plays in. I've played quite a bit of 1-2 with him, and he'll come in late at night on a 1-2 game.
Blast away.
Well, he will either blast away and just not care, or he will walk out of here with $6 grand on a 1-2 table where the max buy-in is 500. So his style is whatever he wants it to be because he's sharp enough, got a lot of skills, played for all kinds of different stakes, and definitely I'm with you there. I like his style. You don't always like him on your left at the table. I will say that.
Yeah.
But aggressive player, but a very sharp and dialed in player as well.
Yeah, I've played 50-100 with Brandt, and I've played 2-5 with him. So.
And I've played 1-2 with
and
him.
you played 1-2. Yeah. So he's got the full range there.
Battle of club versus club. David does catch the pair. Two pair now for David. Should feel a little bit more comfortable with his bottom pair now. He's going to put out a little bet. Wow. AJR is going to come in for a raise here.
Yeah, trying to use his chip stack to an advantage, realizing he can pressure these guys a lot, and they have to, the difference between second and fourth is what, $100,000, and the fact that they're also even, he can just force them to fold so many hands here. This is a spot where David would definitely not be folding if it was a different situation, but I do expect him to fold here.
Yeah, if he didn't just get those chips, he might play back at him, but he just got a full double up.
And you could see him look over at Brandt's stack, so all that matters so much, your polling position, who can outweight the other, and I really like to see AJ do it with this type of hand. And at the same token, a little surprised to see David lead out because you got to play very cautious. You don't want to be c-betting very often. You want to be checking when you have all the ICM pressure on you. But you can tell that his spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah.
If you have that read that you're good, ICM be damned, and you can go for it. But he does make the discipline laydown, trying to continue to outweight Brandt for a big pay jump. Wait for a better spot too.
And as we discussed, that it may be a tough opponent to outweight. You've got a lot of a player who's aggressive like Brandt, but he can also switch his game up and be very patient as well, especially in tournament play.
Absolutely. And you can tell AJR is turning back on the Jets here and pulling away. We were talking about it earlier, how he was really taking advantage of his early big stack, playing it really well, playing loose. And then when things started going poorly for him, he was able to shift gears, tighten up, kind of let the final table play out a little bit, was patient, allowed himself some spots to get back into the chip lead, and now is turning back on the Jet. So it's been really fun to watch him navigate through the different strategies based on his stack size and play really well.
Limp in here for AJR with the crabs, pocket threes.
And yeah, so again, his opponents have really good rejamming stacks, so it'd be a disaster to raise fold a hand like threes. So he allows himself to play a little bit higher of a VPIP through these limps, and obviously helps when you flop the super nuts.
Board does get a little dangerous now that an 8 comes out.
Yeah, trying to help his opponents catch up a little bit, but not, Yum Yum kind of might like it, but I do think he has to start putting some money into the pot. you know, David's definitely going to fold. I'd be surprised if Yum Yum continued, but it wouldn't be horrible with the gut shot and the overcard. Plus, he could just have the best hand with the ace high. But I think you want to be conservative here because he is clearly in second right now, and a call here would put him dangerously close to the rest of the field. And wow, he turns his hand into a bluff, and this is going to be a disaster for him. You know, that's how he got here, but at the same time, this is going to put him back into the short stack position. And AJR is loving life. I'd love to see just a call here. Let him blast off the rest in position. Yeah, I actually, you know, this is probably a decent candidate to do it with too.
Sure.
I've been very impressed with Yum Yum's aggressiveness. Clearly not afraid of the stakes. And that's definitely one of the reasons why he is here at this point. Just so happened that he ran into AJR's top of range. I think AJR is just deciding the best way to play this through either a call or a raise. I really like, there's no flush draws out there.
Yeah, I like it.
I think in position, I really prefer a call here. The other thing is he's just going to fold a lot when you raise, and this allows him to continue his bluffs here on the river. And you're just not really afraid of anything. And so let's see if he pulls that final barrel. I expect if he goes all in, AJR will snap call him. Although, you know, the 10-jack did get there, 6-7, but obviously he's not folding.
Yeah, 8 million into that pot. He's never folding.
Yeah, really curious. If Yum Yum does decide to bluff, I would like to see him leave himself a little bit behind in case he runs into it, but does decide to just give it up.
Does check the river, realizing AJR might be up to something, and indeed, gets the bad news.
Yeah, and one of the issues here, you know, I do like that Yum Yum left himself 8 million, so he's still right in the mix. But he was in such a good position as a clear second, where, you know, again, this is $100,000 pay difference between second and fourth, I believe, or somewhere around there. So it's just really risky.
69,000 all the way up to 145.
Still,
yeah, so
70,000 almost, 65, 70. So yeah, but again, that's, you know, if you go for it, there's so many extra buy-ins up top. You know, that's how you win the big money in the long run. So there's a reason why he's here, and no fear for sure.
All right, gonna get jammy here from Yum Yum. All you can eat, Yum Yum.
I think this is a fold. You know, Yum Yum's been going for it too. King High is pretty good in a blind versus blind for what is it, 13 bigs, but I think it's a little too deep, and I think he's gonna fold. I think like maybe King 9 plus he'll probably
10,
call.
King 9, yeah.
Yeah, King 10, but you know, it was 13 big, so he didn't really have to call there too wide.
Give yourself a chance to maybe have 2 overs if he does have a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And David was obviously praying for a call.
Absolutely. David's one hand away from being in the big blind again. The chip stacks here, though, I mean, just look at that. 43 million for one player. Next closest, 9.8 million. AJR running away with this.
Yeah, honestly, I've been really impressed with everybody's play at this point, so it's been really fun to watch. And AJR before, where I was talking about limping a lot, I think he should be raising almost everything into Brant's big blind. But with this hand, Brant has a clear jam here, and this is actually a really good spot for him.
Wow, just calls here.
You know, maybe I am approaching that wrong with how much it matters with these pay jumps to give yourself a chance to maneuver, but it just feels like AJR is going to raise any 2 into you, and King Jack is, not only do you have fold equity when you do raise, but you know, it's a good hand here off of 10 bigs, four-handed.
Clear jam here.
Yeah.
Once you hit top pair, and easy fold.
Well, yeah, honestly, now at that point, maybe you do want to call to let him bluff off the rest now that you flop so strong. and you know, you have an overcard, so you're only really worried about the queen or the ace. You even
Right.
have a spade in your hand, or did he have a spade
He
in
had
his
a
hand?
spade.
So you're not really
Jack of
worried
spades,
about
yeah.
the backdoor spades as much. So I would almost, I almost wouldn't mind calling and trying to keep him bluffing it off. But obviously a jam is just fine as well.
Yeah,
or
I can
perhaps
see an
just as
in
good.
position there, letting him, you know,
Yeah.
continue to barrel into you.
It just allows him to escape with those bluffs. But, you know, it's also that board texture. He could jam and get called by worse hands, too. So maybe there's just value in getting it in right then.
Yeah, I didn't see the hand, what he folded, the big stack there, AJR on the button there. I was curious to see what his hand was.
Oh, yeah, what kind of hands he's
Yeah.
folding. Me too. It must have been really weak. Yeah, he's still, even though he can play very wide, he still should be folding, you know, the 8-3s, the Jack 4s.
9-4s, that kind of grab, yeah.
Because, you know, your opponents are going to start getting it in here. Especially with David in the big, where he is going to be able to, you know, he's going to have to gamble first. So
Yeah, he's back down in that position there, around 5 million.
yeah, but even him being the shortest stack, you know, he still has 9 bigs, which, you know, might not seem like a lot, but at a final table, 9 bigs is definitely a spinnable stack.
Well, we're down to 4 players. Everybody in the chat, is AJR just going to run away with this and take home the $207,000 and the beautiful trophy? Or is Brant or Yum Yum or maybe even Arkansas Dave going to be able to continue to chip up and take it away from him?
Yeah, I always find these dynamics really interesting with like a clear chip leader and then 3 equal short stacks, which again is really why I think Yum Yum should have been very careful.
Ooh, here we go. Wow.
Brant's been running into it here, and again, David spinning up. See what happens here. Really unlucky spot here for Brant, but he will have chips behind if he happens to lose the hand.
Yeah, this might help answer the question, who you guys think might take this down. Brant will either be crippled or knock out David here.
Oh my gosh.
5 in the window.
That's got to hurt so much for David.
Backdoor hearts.
David's been so patient grinding that short stack. But see if he hits
Jack
it.
and a jack only. That's going to be it for Arkansas David.
Great game, David. Really well played. Tough way to lose.
His friends are out in the room right now. He's got great support in the chat.
Play tournaments or where you
Congrats to David for this deep run in this tournament. Again, 1,670 entries, and he makes it to 4th place. $900 buy-in. He turned into $69,740. Heck of a payday. Heck of a showing. I know you were impressed with the way he was able to battle throughout this. Really picked his spots great tonight, and they just couldn't get rid of him. And just finally, he got it in good, and you know, player got, you know, hit the pair, and that was all she wrote. So good job there, David.
So happy to be here. I forgot what
Yeah, thank you for joining us, David. Really well played, and I love seeing Yum Yum here in the final 3. Another really impressive performance. Clear call here for AJR, and just like that, Brant might get heads up here. We got a flip here for the potential to go heads up.
Here we go.
Yeah, and again, like Brant with that 70K pay jump off that one hand, these flips are worth a lot of money. He is definitely cheering for the 6s to hold.
I was told the secret.
A lot of flips tonight for Yum Yum.
And if AJR holds here, my 2 bust outs are against 1st and 2nd. That's pretty impressive.
I'm gonna pat you on the back.
Yeah, I think
Danny.
I deserve the title for that. You know what? Also, just give me the 1st place prize money. I think it's probably pretty fair.
Consolation prize for Danny Marks. Knocked out by the best.
Yeah, you literally have to win the tournament to knock me out.
Ace, Jack 4, 1 club.
Couple backdoor opportunities here.
He said I need some backdoor Yum Yum.
Though.
Backdoor Yum Yum.
Or that's the 6, I mean. He needs the club only.
Yeah, it is the 6. Club and club only.
Oh, man. Oh, Brant is sad boy.
What the hell?
Dude, Yum Yum is just...
That's okay.
You know what? I think Yum Yum might actually win this tournament.
Yeah, it may just be time for some Yum Yum.
Yeah, he's going to fight back here.
Wow. What a back-to-back all-in hands here. No knockout on this one, though. Yum Yum survives. Fight another day.
That was
Much drama here. I love it.
The board club.
Man, this has been a fun one. Hope you guys are enjoying this as much as we are. We are 4.5 hours in to this final table of the PokerAtlas main event from TCH Dallas.
Challenge yourself.
Great job for everybody that put this together, and we're having some fun here on a Tuesday night, playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I can't handle these kind of stress. Too old and out of shape. And
Brant's going to take down a $1.2 million pot there with the ace-queen.
3-6.
JB3 still hanging in there with us. Another friend of the chat and co-commentator that joins us every now and then.
What do y'all think in the chat? Is Yum Yum going to fight back here?
I thought you were going to raise over there.
Probably not if he keeps getting dealt the 8-3 off, but we're going to a flop.
Yeah, and just like that, the stacks are kind of evening out a little bit, and nobody's really in that much of a dangerous spot right now.
Yeah.
Even the short stack has 25 bigs, so.
AJR does not want to double up either of these players.
All right, I'm going to have to step out for just a minute here. We'll leave you in the very capable hands of Eric. I will be right back. Try not to finish the tournament without me.
Yeah, no doubt. I need you for the heads up, buddy.
Not too much.
All right, Danny is going to take Bluey for a little potty real quick, and we're going to continue to battle three-handed here. Back-to-back wins there for Brant. He's going to chip up to $20 million.
If it was just King 9 out, I still do the same. Did you see that?
Yeah, if you guys weren't tuned in at the start of this tournament, it started off really with a bang for our C2 player over there, AJR.
No wonder
Quickly got his chip stack up to $20 million and was an early chip leader and really just got into some bad spots. But he stayed composed and has built it back up to just a monstrosity. But now these guys are kind of biting at his heels a little bit, trying to get more chips from him.
Really? Jeez. That's a feeling.
Oh, Danny's a busy man, JB3. You're always welcome.
Check.
9-deuce-7, full rainbow. AJR is going to take the aggressive route here. Wow, he's going to call. Got 2 overs. And continues to go the other way. Still no pair for either player. AJR is going to continue to bet, though.
That's sure why I call a flop. Good turn if I have something.
AJR takes down a little $2.1 million pot, up to $33 million. Yeah, down to 3, guys. The next one out is going to get just short of $100,000, $94,360, to be followed by $145,000 and $207,000 up top. So plenty to battle for here. Gutter ball here for Brant. AJR flopping the best of it. Pair of fives. Brant's going to go about 2/3 pot here. 2.1 million. AJR with a pair of fives and a backdoor club straight draw. He's going to make the call. Bink City for Brant. Brant now cannot lose this hand. Got the 9-high straight.
They get a break when we get a break.
AJR might want to represent a similar hand, and it looks like he's going to. $4 million is the bet. Brant holding the second nut hand here. It's going nowhere. Club and hearts on the board. Might want to deny any of the equity from those draws, and he's going to rip it in and take it down. $15.8 million pot. That gets Brant up to $27.5 million here, as he is creeping up on AJR's chip lead. This really is still anybody's tournament. Double up from Yum Yum or Brant here could really change the dynamic of this final table. Wow, Brant does have the chip lead now at $27.5 million. King high can still be good a lot of times here. Let's see if Brant wants to float. He does. Yum Yum may choose to slow down here. Instead, he decides to put out a $1.6 million bet. Brant is going to let the king high go. 5 high for the win for Yum Yum. Doy112 says yum, 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 yum. He definitely has some fans in the chat tonight. All right, who do you guys got? Guys and gals out there watching, we got 3 players here. Is it Yum Yum in the 1 seat, the 2 seat, AJR, or Brant over there in the 6 seat? Who is going to finish this fight and take home the trophy and the $207,000? Danny back here joining us to find out that Brant is now our chip leader.
Oh my gosh.
A little over 27 million.
So did they get all in or
no?
flip-flop?
Just won a couple of good hands.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the blind so high and the stacks starting to even out. It really is anybody's game. Never give up.
All right, got some votes in here. Bart sticking with the guns, saying Brant.
You win, trust me.
But just like Brant, I know that even though AJR had a couple tough hands, he is going to continue playing very solid, and he is not going to give this up to Brant very easily. And also, Yum Yum has, a heart of gold here, and really is not afraid to go for it either. So anybody could win this game.
And there we are, guys. Brant at 26 million, AJR at 24.75, and Yum Yum now at 16. This is still anybody's game. One double up for one of these players.
And they're deep at this point.
Yep.
So even the short stack has just under 30 bigs, like 27 bigs. The average stack is like 35. So, this really is anyone's game. There's going to be a lot of skill here, three-handed off of these stack sizes.
King high versus king high battle here.
All the players are going to have to open up their ranges a little bit, short-handed. We were talking about how the most common formation is button versus blind and blind versus blind. Well, every single hand now is that formation. So there's nowhere to run and hide anymore. You're going to have to get after it. And you can just see that through this one hand alone. A 3-bet and a call with the King 5 versus King 7. Flops a flush draw. And with this hand, it could be a three-way split here.
Yum Yum's gonna rip it with the diamonds. Takes it down. And just like that, he's now up to almost 22 million. So this is just a fair fight now.
It's pretty much a three-way.
It's whatever now.
Yeah, they're pretty much all even, right?
Like I said, I'm not even sure how I got here.
Pretty much all even now. $450,000 still to fight for in this prize pool. Just an average Tuesday night here in Texas.
Yeah.
3 players fighting for almost a half a milli. Yeah, super crispy. Rome, he's got the creases still in the hoodie. Fresh out the box, but it's cold in these rooms sometimes.
Yeah, why do you check?
Brant let out on that flop, and now he's going to check. Yum Yum's going to check it back. See what the river brings. A 10 ball. That is not a good card. Great card for Yum Yum as he now improved to 2 pair. Brant may think now that he's got the best hand with a 10 himself. That's 2.2 million.
Yeah, very interesting river card here. Short-handed, both players are going to like their spot here.
If you go in for a raise here, how much you making it?
Probably going pretty small. It's going to be hard for Brant to call on this board texture. And so, yeah, I do actually like this sizing. You need to give him a really good price. Yeah, JB3 with a great point. Brittany's been a champion here, almost 5 hours in, dealing straight through. Very impressive. One of the best pitches in the game.
Really solid fold there for Brant.
Yep,
Second pair on the river. Yeah, Brittany is top of the line. There's a reason why we always have her do these big tournament final tables. She and a handful of other dealers seem to always be on here for these final table situations, and it's because they are the best at what they do. Brant's going to knock off the dust off of that last loss, though, with a couple of cowboys in his hand.
I always feel good getting that.
And Yum Yum with a suited ace three-handed. Ace-7 of diamonds. Oh, he goes all in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh,
oh
ace queen behind.
This could be it right here.
This is three-handed.
Oh, Brant is licking his lips. Oh, big unlucky misstep here for Yum Yum. Oh, and the blinds are up 2, 4, 8. So yeah, I mean, hands are kind of playing themselves, honestly.
Yeah, AJR is covered by Yum
I do
Yum.
feel like AJR is probably going to get it in here too. And both of them have each other's aces. What a crazy way to end this.
Yeah, just a nice small open from Brant. You know, kings.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
what a fold.
Instant call and instant bad news.
Oh my god, AJR is going to be loving himself after that one.
Absolutely.
That's
maybe
a really impressive
fold of the night, maybe. You know, results oriented, of course. We'll see what happens.
I don't
but
know if I would have made that fold. I think that was very interesting. I'll have to look that one up.
the player that ripped it does have him covered, and that had to have something to do with, you know, maybe he was hoping that it would get down to this, the battle of these two.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream spot
Right.
where they're, you know, one of these guys is essentially going to bust. So you're laddering up, but, you know, that's assuming that Brant has a hand that's going to call, and he doesn't know that. So
Brant could be opening with just a
that's
king
a lot of
jack.
assumption.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
gosh.
a pair and two diamonds.
It's never easy, is it? Oh my gosh.
Brant's got to dodge a lot here.
Oh, and he does.
Does.
Oh, wow.
Kings hold. What a flop.
Kings deserve to be ace.
That would have been the tournament if the ace queen got in there too.
Yep. Just like that, Brant back in the lead.
Dominating lead.
36 million. Next closest is AJR at 22.8.
I'm actually really surprised about that ace queen suited fold, to tell you the truth.
It's just so weird how fast it happened. It was a 1.6 million open, a jam from Yum Yum, super quick jam.
Yeah, but with the blinds up too, you know, it's just, you know, the open's pretty standard from Brand. He's going to be doing that with a lot, and everyone's so short. But I'm sure he has a good reason for it, and probably knows that spot well.
He's all in again, and going to be a call here from Brant with the ace-10. Once he gets the chip count, yep.
But again, like, this is, every pot is so big that if Yum Yum finds a way to win this, he's, again, right back in it. So
2 live cards, got 37% equity, and he would be right back in it. Like you said, $17.4 million pot.
Yeah.
King 10.
No
okay.
help. Got a backdoor, couple backdoor straight draws or the jack-7.
Got to hit the jack, and there's the jack.
Wow. Never easy. Yeah, these are such high equity flips.
134
Incredible.
hands of final table insanity tonight.
He's like, why aren't you eliminated?
Yeah.
Yeah, AJR was really cheering for Brant there.
Very different start to the tournament, and now the finish that we're getting with the fireworks. We're letting the cards kind of speak for themselves. We got a lot of great insight from you, Danny, at the start. Not a lot of table talk between the players. They loosened up, knocked out a few guys, and now we've just got fireworks. This has been awesome.
Yeah, it's a combination of factors. One, they're short-handed. You know, the ranges are going to open up quite a bit, and then the blinds are really high now, where everybody, even the chip leader, is not super deep. So there's just naturally going to be more clashes.
Yeah, Chase coming in with that common class fold there, top of the line. Ace queen suited three-handed is just.
Yeah,
I want you to look that up and get back to me.
Yeah, I am just really surprised. Like, I'm sure that AJR knows these spots a lot better than me, but you know, I'll definitely have to run that by a few people. Yeah, we've seen a lot of doubles from short stacks throughout this entire final table. It has been a battle. You know, the mental stamina of all these guys. You know, nobody is showing any, you know, sadness or tilt. They're all continuing to play their game.
Well, and 2 or 3 of these guys that are still here, actually all 3 of these players here have faced situations that I know damn well would have put so many players on full tilt.
They would have just blown the rest of their chips.
Absolutely. All 3 of these guys.
I wonder if Yum Yum's going to jam here again.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is a easy call here for Brant.
It's like I just called him with it. I'm going to call him with it again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot 20 bigs, but he's just going to be jamming here so wide that I think this is an easy call. And has another shot to get all those chips back.
I don't think I can use up all my luck.
Now, Brant may get on full monkey tilt if he doesn't win this one.
That'd be so sick if he loses this.
Yeah, you always have an ace.
Yeah, three-handed and your opponent has an ace. Whoever wins this pot is going to have over 33 million.
GG.
Yeah, he's Yum Yum feels his luck has run out, but you know, you got to have that that positive energy. You just got to feel the 6 coming out.
Your clubs and your 6 are live. No quit.
Oh my gosh.
How about a 6?
Hey, he did an ace-5 earlier, so you know.
Dude, Yum Yum is destined to win this tournament, I think. He's
going
to be chip leader if he wins this.
I'm just amazed.
He may have just jinxed himself.
It's incredible.
8? Oh my gosh.
He said Brant hit a 5 himself when he got it in ace-5 versus ace-jack, and I was like, oh, I hope you didn't jinx yourself.
That's not my real name.
Yum Yum's not your real name?
A lot of people call me Yum Yum at PCH. Not sure why.
Not sure why. Well, now that you're going to possibly have $200,000, it'll be a real Yum Yum.
My drinks.
Wow.
Wow.
Brant is handling that with class. You know, you never see him complain, never see him show emotion. The fact that he loses 2 of those when, you know, he would have won, would have been a huge favorite to win the tournament.
Right.
And now he's very short here, back under 15 bigs.
And the Yum Yum fanatics are back in the chat.
Yeah, it's hard
just like that.
Yeah, it's hard not to root for him based on his trajectory through this final table.
Yeah.
It's been so up and down. I believe he was like the shortest stack with maybe 8 left.
Yeah.
And went up and down with such crazy hands.
The self-deprecating comments, you know,
oh,
calling
yeah.
himself dumb.
Yeah.
But he's battled,
That's
you know.
my style.
Yeah. I love that kind of humor.
Yeah, he's easy to root for sure.
All right, Brant's going to get it in here with the King 10-0. Yum Yum now with the ace.
Finish him off.
He's going to try his best Mortal Kombat. Finish him.
Oh, man.
I'm okay, whatever happens. You know what I mean? Just, I took my fair share of luck.
That is correct, Mr.
But,
Tyler.
you know,
What's going on, brother?
I was greedy, you know. I would ask for an ace.
Backdoor diamonds, King 10 still live. King or 10. How about a wheel?
Yeah, really tough ending there for Brant, but he played incredibly well,
Oh my
gave
goodness.
himself a chance.
I got stupid lucky.
I'm happy it's us.
Brant, what a showing. Class act. Just great poker player, cash, tournaments, you name it, man. I've seen you do it all. Danny's played a lot with you, too. He spoke very highly of you. How about $94,360, though, for your efforts? Third place finish for Brant. GG, buddy.
A little bit easier to sleep well after seeing that part of it. So.
Absolutely.
It always hurts to bust such a big spot, but I'm sure he was able to get lucky in some spots as well.
The most painful $94,000 he's ever going to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to wake up in the morning, though, and realize what a heck of a run he had. Third place out of almost 1,700 people. And we're going to have the floor come real quick. These players are maybe going to talk about
maybe a couple minutes.
ICM chop
3 minutes.
or take a break.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to take a break. I'd actually...
I mean, you can cancel out the other one.
Cancel out the other break. Yeah, they do have a break coming up.
I'd actually be a little surprised if they chopped based on the 2 players that are left. But anything's possible when you're playing for such a big pay jump. If you think about it, it's a it's a $2,000 heads-up match.
It is. I'm sure Brittany's going to appreciate the quick break that she's going to get. Let me see if we can get a quick shot of the Sleeping Beauty here. I don't know if our camera can see it, but can we see her? Oh, there she is. There she is. Little Bluey. The Sleeping Beauty, star of the show. Best looking commentator in the room right now.
Oh, by far.
By far.
Little princess.
Eric Van Loozen, Danny Marks joining me, giving his best poker commentary and, of course, insight. Wouldn't be the same without him. So glad you're here tonight. I've learned a lot just from you being next to me. So always a fun time when you're around.
It's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot from watching these players as well. So one of the big tools that I use, or I shouldn't say tools. One of the big aha moments I had in poker was early on. You think you're really good at the game, and then you see somebody make a play that you don't understand, and you just assume that they're bad, and you're like, I know everything. Everyone else is terrible. Once you realize that if you see a play that you don't understand, to consider it and to look into it and realize that there's more than one way to play this game, and respect your opponents, that's when you can really start getting better, because you understand how different players think, and that this game is very complex and that you don't know everything. And so it's very fun to watch all these very good players with their different styles, and all of them have had success with it clearly. So I'm learning a lot myself.
And I always imagine the older generation of players that were playing long before I was, just the transition that they've seen in the game, the styles. Now we've got technology and all kinds of solvers and things that you can do and studying away from. I mean, back in the day, it was Mike Caro's Tells and Super System 1 and 2 and, Dan Harrington and all these other players that were putting out these books, but a lot of it was the same type of play. And a lot of us learned to play that way. And then we come to these tables, especially in the cash game side, where, all kinds of play. I mean, you've got advanced players, you've got beginners, and some of the beginners make some of the best plays you'll see, and they may not know what they were doing, but it's just, you got to be able to learn from all of your opponents. And the tournaments are a whole different animal, and I'm trying to start playing more of those, and I've learned just how much studying is involved, because I still sometimes catch myself in the middle of a tournament with a cash game mindset, looking at a hand from a cash game approach, and that's a transition that I'm trying to make too. So I'm always learning something, and it's been a pleasure having you in here and your insight. We've had a lot of good feedback in the chat tonight as well. Seeing a lot of our normal poker tournament crushers joining us tonight, people that we always see on our day twos and some of our final tables. So thanks again, guys, for tuning in and putting in your input as well. Danny will be the first to tell you that he still has a lot to learn. As advanced as his play is, he's got plenty to learn. So
I'll always have more to learn. And one of the things that you mentioned really resonated with me. I remember, 10 years ago, players that we just assumed were terrible, looking back on some of those plays, like they were actually way ahead of their time. And, there's a lot of validity to that. So keeping an open mind is really important to improving at poker. A lot of those old school players that you mentioned, they were hard-headed and they got left behind and went broke. because they weren't able to adapt. So keeping an open mind and continuing to learn and have fun with the game, and that's the recipe for success.
All right, well, quick break is over. Brittany is back to dealing some cards. It looks like we're going to get it done here. Heads up.
Yeah, and heads up is, in shorthanded in general, is something that's changed quite a bit. And one of the main reasons, so I don't know if you remember, well, I'm sure you do, but you know, all tournaments now are played with a big blind ante, which just kind of makes things a little bit more simple in general. But something to keep in mind is back in the day when it was just a player ante, each player would be anting like 1/8 or 1/10 of a big blind, and so they'd be putting in a lot less heads up. The pot would be a lot smaller. There's an entire extra big blind in the middle now, heads up. And so you can't really be folding very often from the button, and so it causes a lot of interesting strategy side effects where you know, you're going to have to VPIP almost everything, if not everything. A lot of players, depending on the depth, will have limp 100 range and play from there in position. But there's just so many different ways to approach it. But it revs up the variance because there's so much extra dead money in the pot heads up.
One of the biggest things, too, it speeds up the damn game. The dealer's not having to remind every player at the table. You know, especially now with people staring at their phones, you know, and that wasn't there 20 years ago.
One of the things I would like to see, because I do think it's such a big advantage for the big blind ante, for the big stack when it becomes shorthanded, I would like to see it go down to a half sizing once you maybe get under 5 or 4-handed.
Yep.
I think it'd be really cool to have it be a small blind ante when you're shorthanded or heads up. I think it gives a little bit more opportunity for the short stacks to you know, wait around a little bit and find better spots.
I've played in some tournaments where that was the structure the entire way, was a small blind ante.
Oh, really? Interesting.
San Antonio room had that going. I don't think they have it. They've changed names now. They've been bought out by somebody else, but yeah, that was the structure then.
I think it's a little rough to do it full ring because then the pots are so small that you're just incentivized to play so tight. Where, you know, you do want to force some action, and that's the idea between the tournaments with the blinds raising. But definitely a very interesting idea.
All right, couple of queen highs here. Both players missing on the flop.
But yeah, all that is to say, I'm very interested to see how these players approach heads-up play. Another thing to keep in mind is most people have no experience or very little experience heads up.
Yeah.
But that's where all the equity is. They're playing a $65,000 heads up match right now. And so if one of them has a lot more experience playing heads up, they're going to realize a lot more of that equity.
Chop? 9 plays?
You can see they're both having a good old time now. Now that their heads up, a lot of the pressure's off. Both of them are guaranteed 6 figures.
Yeah, 9 played in that hand there. Yeah, there you go. $145,460 for second place. The beautiful trophy. Some dude, muscled up, bearded dude, holding up a globe. It's a really awesome trophy that Poker Atlas put together, but $207,120 there for first place. So big time prize pool, big time prize for these players. Both going home with 6 figures plus. So what a Tuesday night.
It's easy to get a little relaxed though. The fact that they're playing such a big heads up match, you know, if you can stay focused and stay serious throughout this. You know, quite a bit of money to play for.
There's like 3-handed ace. I mean, I know I got lucky.
There's nothing wrong with getting lucky, Yum Yum. That's why I play this game. You know, have fun with it. Keep playing your best.
I think they're talking about that hand though, that he had to folded the ace queen there, and that other one, you know, I think he would have got second place in that.
How many people I bust?
AJR would have.
I guess.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, Eric, the model for the Poker Atlas trophy. I think they should make a trophy out of Bluey, but
Derek, I've been eating way too much Whataburger. The beard may have been mine on that model, but the body was definitely not my 44-year-old body, maybe 10 years ago.
So curious to see what AJR chooses here for his raise sizes, or if he goes with a limping strategy. I do think they're too deep where I don't think a limping strategy would be best. So I do like the raise. He goes for the 2.5x open. And a hand like this is a clear call here from the blind. You're going to see a lot of flops, a lot of post-flop play, a lot of maneuverability. Yeah, interesting spots right off the bat. A hand like Ace-King in this spot heads up doesn't necessarily need to c-bet there. You don't have to protect from a ton. You're going to be good already a lot of the time. That being said, though, it does make a decent barrel hand, especially when you do catch up with an ace or a king. Does decide to put in a little bit of value bet there on the turn. So the thing is, if he does decide to c-bet that flop, it's not even as a bluff. Like, that could be a value bet.
Absolutely.
You know, the ranges are so wide heads up that a hand like ace-king high becomes very strong.
An ace, I would just shove like I always do, and blindly, you know, pray.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I have to forget that the other folks next to us are actually seeing it live as they handle all the graphics.
It's a lot of hours, man. My brain is...
And we are with you guys on the delay here.
I'll check.
That's
check
why
this
these
one.
big denominations throw me off.
All right, going to a flop here.
Check.
Jack 7-9. There's the holdings. Gutter ball, double gutter ball for AJR. Yum Yum with a pair.
I think there's also a lot of edge to be gained heads up if you can get a good feel for how your opponent approaches it. So a lot of what I expect the players to be doing over the first several hands is to get an idea of how the other player is going to approach and try to make adjustments based on that. So you can tell AJR has got his game face back on and is really trying to figure this out. I think he's probably got to turn his hand into a bluff here. Although, you know, again, these board pairs become really difficult bluffs. So I wouldn't mind seeing him give up either. But with the 8 high and interaction, you know, you block the 9-8, the 7-8, 8-10. And you're just never good at showdown. So I think a bet gives you a really good price here to take it down.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that AJR's girlfriend Kate is watching and is very proud of him. That was in the chat earlier.
Well, Kate, you should be very proud of him. He's been playing very well. Unfortunately, your boyfriend busted me, so I'm a little salty about it, but he deserves it, and really nice to see him do well. But I think this is a clear call here from Yum Yum. He's got one of the stronger hands here that'll have, you know, maybe it's a little bit of lack of heads-up experience here, but this is actually a very strong spot for him. It's too weak, though, to raise and way too strong to fold.
You're good. Makes the call. Gets the good news. AJR says you're good.
Can't blame him for taking his time, though. It is a lot of money that they're playing for, especially if he doesn't have a ton of heads-up experience. You want to think through the hand and replay it back.
Yeah, there is a team AJR in the chat. Wonder who they're rooting for.
I probably think they're rooting for Yum Yum, but that's just me. I haven't noticed that, Max, but I'm sure Brittany's doing what she's supposed to. She's got quite a bit of tournament experience dealing.
Yeah, 4. 20.
Yeah, super nice flop there for AJR with the 7-6. One spade in his hand.
I usually like to take a lot of small stabs early on in a heads-up match to kind of get an idea for my opponent's defense frequencies and see, like, you know, if they're not calling enough, try to take down some free dead pots just because there's so much out there.
Two.
Yeah, you can see Yum Yum starting to limp the button. Keep in mind that your first act pre-flop, but then you have position when your heads up post-flop. So the button is incredibly valuable. It allows you to limp a lot more.
Two more, right?
And yeah, you can VPIP probably 85 to 90% of your hands heads up from the button. Maybe even more, honestly.
All spades here.
Okay flop here for AJR. Could have the best hand with ace high. Has the gut shot and a weak spade draw, but with the monotone board, generally you want to be going for very small sizes on these monotone boards because your opponent is just going to have so much junk that they have to fold that you don't need to bet very often or bet very large.
Max, to answer your question, big blind gets the last card. Button gets the last action. Post flop, of course.
Yeah. Kind of a tricky spot here with the monotone board for Yum Yum. Does nail it here with the straight. And wonder if AJR feels like he's going to need to bluff here. He's probably going to be good against a lot of like high spade, single spade card holding, so he probably doesn't feel like he needs to bluff. Just so happens Yum Yum hit the perfect card here, and he definitely is strong enough to go for a little bit of value here. Curious to see his sizing. I think on the monotone board, I do actually like going for a large size here because you want to represent the missed flush draw. Just so happens that AJR is way too weak to call.
For sure.
But I think, yeah, early on the flop and turn, or on the flop, you can go small sizes. But once you start putting in more money, you're naturally polarizing yourself on those monotone boards. So you want to go large. Yeah, I don't think that's a good hand to bluff catch there.
It's pretty good, just for fun.
Yum Yum is pulling away a little bit. I believe AJR is under 20 bigs now. Can't see his stack exactly, but it's been so fun to watch Yum Yum, his trajectory through this final table. Really easy to root for, and happy for both of these guys.
The first card first? Oh yeah, now I get the card. Jeez.
It feels strong.
Curious to see if Yum Yum starts putting on the aggression or continues with his limping strategy on the button. Obviously, this is a really good hand to see a flop with, but does decide to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, pretty commanding lead right now for Yum Yum.
Is that not working? They can still see it.
Two.
Yeah, been done. A7-3 Rainbow.
Yeah, guys, try to keep spoilers out of the chat. We will block you. Try to have some respect for the people watching from all over the country.
You got it.
Yeah, AJR sitting there at 21 million, so definitely has work to do. Yeah, that's good news, Eric. Neither do we. So we are right there with you. We want to share in the excitement when somebody does become the champion. Glad y'all are still tuned in, though. We've been here for 5 hours tonight, this final table.
Even more than that, right? We started around 6.
Yeah,
or
5:20.
A little after, you're right. But
2.5.
Yum Yum just calling on the button. AJR going to take advantage and raise.
yeah, and even though he's got a over a 2-to-1 chip advantage, AJR is not short by any means. So I think he has a little bit more experience with tournaments and heads-up play. So anything is possible here. Anyone's match for sure. One double up and they swap positions. So.
Pre-flop raiser, always hard words to get out, is going to continue here. Yum Yum, though, connecting on this board. Pair of kings.
Yeah, you don't want to be folding pairs heads up. Mallory, I didn't expect these two to talk about chops, and I do not believe that there has been a discussion on it. I know I would have loved to play this out had I been there, and I know Brant's the same. So a lot of really experienced players here at this final table, and I'm glad to see them play it out.
Yeah, good question, Max. It's been a hot minute since I've been heads up at a final table. It's been over a year for me, actually. So I do know that the small blind is always going to get the first card, and this heads up match, the button has always been the small blind, thus getting the first card.
Yeah, these types of boards are really tricky to bluff on. It's just, they're just not going to be folding anything that they have. So I do like the give up here from AJR. Yeah, I don't expect either of them to want to chop, to be honest. So, and I knew Brant wouldn't. So we're gonna play this out. We're gonna get a winner.
I knew if Brant was still in, we weren't chopping
Yeah.
that bad boy. We were gonna play. And I really thought for a minute there that Brant was just gonna run this thing over once he got all those chips. So.
Yeah, that king's hand, and then all of a sudden, if the ace queen calls, and it's just over. And then Yum Yum just fought all the way back.
Action on the button here. He's going to make the call. A little more limping than I thought I would see so far on the button. All in with an ace for Yum Yum.
Yeah, so again, because of that big blind ante, the limping the button strategy is a very valid strategy. Heads up once you start getting shorter. So AJR can actually do, a limp 100, well, not 100, but 100% of the hands that he V-pips. He could consider limping if he thinks that Yum Yum will be raising a lot, so then he can mix in some limp calls and limp raises. Different approaches as you get under 20 bigs, stuff like that becomes more, becomes more enticing because you're going to get to play in position post flop when it goes check check, and you're keeping your opponent's range really wide by forcing them to play whatever garbage they got dealt in the big blind. And so now, if you have a big hand like king queen, for instance, and the opponent has queen deuce and the flop is queen high, now you force them into a spot where you can really double up easily through them where they may have folded if you had raised.
Nice aggressive play there from Yum Yum. Ripping it with the king queen, taking that one down. Let's see what AJR wants to do now with the button. All right, a couple of dusty hands. Let's see what we get on a flop here. Got an open ender and a pair.
Yeah, very interesting flop here. Oh, wow. Yeah, and the 6 high with the open ender is, you know, might be incentivized to get aggressive here with no showdown value. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get a full double right here.
2 pair.
What a run out
versus what a run out.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that check. You know, he might be going for the check raise here.
I mean, heads up, not many hands beat you. I mean,
yeah. And if Yum Yum only calls here, I will be shocked, but that would be like, that would be amazing. Yep.
all in and a snap. There you go.
Wow. Really unlucky run out there for Yum Yum. And just like that, right back in it.
Just thankful for the turn check. Cooler.
What a card. What a card. 10-3. It's just beautiful turn card there for Yum Yum and Jin on the river.
What does J Nick know? He's not a dealer or anything.
Right. I heard Brittany talking to them saying, I know it's confusing, right? So, I mean, she was explaining it to them, too, because it always feels weird if you're on the button getting the...
Yeah, button X first pre-flop, but the big blind gets the first card.
Except for they're doing it the other way.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, yeah. I thought it was the other way, so
Yeah, they're doing it the
shows
other
what
way.
I know either.
But they've been consistent, you know, it
Yeah.
hasn't changed. I've seen it on the stream before where they swapped.
That's how it used to be. I mean, like back in the day when I played a lot of online, it would be the other way. But you know, fortunately, I haven't had too many heads-up experiences lately. So.
4-8?
Yep.
Okay. No, I was just, sorry, talking to myself. I'm just trying.
2.4.
Oh.
A lot of Erics in the world out there, Mr. Downs. All good, brother. Brittany's got to be tired, and she's only using that left side since they're both on her left. So
Yeah,
she might have a cramp in that left.
I'm tired, and I'm not. Haven't been in the box for 6 hours. And speaking of which, thank you all so much for sticking with us. Almost 600 of you here at midnight, trying to see who wins this tournament. Been an incredibly fun final table to watch. A lot of action, a lot of really high-level play, and you know we're gonna get to see a champion here shortly. Oh, here's. I think that will be the big one right there.
Ace-6. Ace-6, Ace-10.
Let's see if Yum Yum can pull it out again. He's been winning with these dominated aces. This is for the championship.
Here we
right
go,
here.
guys. We are playing for $207,000.
Not a bad flop. He has some chop opportunities now. 4 king or
king.
6. Nope.
Nope. That is it.
Well, now AJR is a massive chip leader.
Wow, that is it. Yum Yum.
That's got to feel good.
The most fun person at the table tonight, for sure. Gonna get second place and take home, where was it? A cool $145,460.
So
Second
Yum-
place out of 1670 entries.
No, it's not over.
Is it not?
No, he was the shorter stack.
Well,
yeah, we're tired over here too.
We are tired over here.
Yum Yum is actually still alive, and he has still a decent stack. He's got about a little over 15 bigs.
What the hell? I just jinxed myself because of that knucklehead in the chat earlier, so forgive me. But what a hand there for AJR. Let's see what the stacks are now. This is definitely a David versus Goliath match, but now they've just switched roles. We have a new Goliath.
Yeah, I believe AJR came in as the chip leader.
There we go.
Incredibly
he's
well.
got plenty of chips still. 13.7 million.
Anything can happen still. Still is over 14 bigs, or over 15 bigs.
But we're all in the next hand.
Oh, there it is. Let's see. Pretty standard spot from both of them. If AJR can hold here as the 70-30, he will be our champion.
Yum Yum needs to catch a couple of runners for a straight.
Down to one card. That's it. Congratulations.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's good.
Damn it, Doug, I did, but not on purpose. Man, what a tournament. AJR is indeed going to take it down. We tried our damnedest not to spoil it. Thank you guys for sticking with us. But again, I'm going to get to do the prizes again. Thankfully, it is the same prize for second place. Yum Yum, $145,460. Finishes in second place out of our 1,670 entries in this $900 buy-in tournament. PokerAtlas Tour put together an amazing event. $1.3 million in prize pool money. $207,120 for our first place winner, Mr. AJR himself, as he eliminates Yum Yum at the final table here in the heads-up match. Great job. Thanks to everybody who tuned in, watched tonight. Now I'm getting shit talked about me for spoiling in the booth because it wasn't a spoiler. It was more of a premature evacuation, Doug, and I think you can appreciate that, all right?
He's used to that.
Yeah,
so,
you're used to that, Doug. Happens to the best of us.
But yeah, unbelievable to watch this table. What an experience. Thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, AJR's wife definitely happy. Big cash there for him, $207,000. One more reminder about the Trailblazer event that's coming up next month, mid-October. $2 million in guarantees for all of those who want to go down and check out that new TCH Social in Austin, October 16th through the 28th. There will be more information, obviously, popping up online as far as what events are going on what days. But if I can, I'm going to try to make it down there for something just to see that new room. It's a 3-hour drive, so if you can, come check it out, and we will see y'all then. But for Danny Marks and myself, Eric Van Loosen, it's been a blast. And for Bluey, we're going to put her on the camera one more time so y'all can see her beautiful face. Best looking commentator in the booth, and after my blunder there at the end, maybe the best commentator, period. But
absolutely.
Thank y'all for joining us, and we will see y'all next time. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Very cool. Good.